Hello, welcome. I'm 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a lot of video games as well as stream some art. And I do stream programming from time to time. And I'll soon be getting into 3D modeling. How's everyone doing today? Hopefully everyone is having a lovely day today, evening, night, or time zone, wherever you are. And make sure you're eating, make sure you're hydrating, make sure you're relaxing, and make sure you use the bathroom, please. Alright. Alright, there we go. Alright, what were we doing last time? Oh yeah, our quest to find an end portal. Where the fuck would we find an end portal at? We would have to search far and wide though. I'm sorry. Good. Let's take this with us. Saddle iron horse armor. We don't have a lead with us. We have to find a wandering trader if they would lend us lead. Yeah, the sunset's beautiful. Sure. Well, I gotta make sure it's... there we go. Oh yeah, so I'm in the middle of downloading Forza Horizon 4. So in the meantime, while that's downloading, I'm be playing some Minecraft. Kinda just forgot to download it earlier. And to make absolutely sure. Alright, there we go. Sure. Got some rain. Fortunately, I don't have any. This is all part of the same cave system. Oh shit. There we go. Ooh. All right. All right. Don't just stay in the fucking place for one. Ugh. Hold on. Yo. What is going on with it? Oh. Oh. There we go. There we go. Pardon. All right. Now, Okay, phone, just stay there 1 fucking hour. Thank you. Alright, alright. Okay. This is new. I still have some environmental on me. Allow me to get rid of this. Alright. Alright. That was too close. It's trying to get to me, but it can't. Uh-huh. You can't explode. Okay, I can let you explode. Oh, I still can't explode. This just leads to a dead end. There we go. Okay. That kind of just leads to dead end as well. So to another entrance. Yeah. Where do we end up? You gotta get. Alright. Oh shit. Alright. Got some arrows and got some bones. Put her in our loot box. Put these arrows in our weapons box. I'll find some spiders too. Oh shit. I wonder, where does this lead to? Before we go too far away from our home, just in case we spot some horses. So I know there are a bunch of horses and should we try to get a horse from there? From the other plains village? Oh. Alright, let's see. Try to chop some. Chop some wood. There we go, chat. Hey, Magic Pants, how are you? Doing good? Okay. Just getting some wood right now before we go exploring. Oh, they got stuck up there. Alright, let's visit that plains village and try to get a horse. Alright. How did that bush not hurt me? Thank you. Smith, I should home, Ravine. Got 2 snowy plains villages. Yeah, I thought I stumbled upon like a actual plains village. So alright, I know what we could do is what we could do is try to find a desert temple. Therefore, hopefully it does have some loot that will help us with our journey. But we will definitely need to get our boat just in case. Rip. Rip. Alright. I built. I have to create a new axe. Oh, fuck it. Create an iron axe. Just in case. Trying to explore for a desert temple. Let's go this way this time. Oh shit! What the fuck? Okay, pillager. I got. Why is there? Huh? I'm confused. Alright. Inline the camera there. Alright. Time to go exploring. I'm good. Currently exploring for a desert temple. And hopefully by the time we get what we need, Forza Horizon 4 will be installed. I know the unfortunate part about how cloud saves are handled is you can't necessarily transfer your save file from one platform to another. You essentially have to make an entirely new account. So like pretty much like until I can get another until I can get another until I can get a Elgato capture card, I will not be able to transfer any message. Oh my god. Fuck yeah. Hold on. Options. Oh fuck yeah, let's go. Shit. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. Fuck me, I guess. That's great. And now another fucking boat. Fuck you, little piece of fucking shit keyboard. Oh, fucking neck cracking fucking hell. Okay, we gotta do another plan here. Another play. Hello, how are you, Emil? Do I call you Amelie or like Amy? Fucking go. Boom doom, but a new new, but a new 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 new, beer new, but a new new, new 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 new, beer new, but a new new. My brain trying to AI generate the actual Pirates of the Caribbean song. But how are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing, Amy? Okay, you got think of something real quick. How good door method? Yeah, we probably do door method for air pockets. Alright. E. Works. Yes, it works. Alright. Gotta find where the sponge room is at, though. You. All right. On. All right. All right. Shit. All right. All right. Oh, there we go. Much better. Check more quick. Yep, it's fully installed now. I'll see. We can pretty much keep going. All right. Hopefully we'll find something soon. Hold up. Another temple? Alright. I don't think this has much in it. This is interesting. 2 temples in the sea? And this is a randomly generated seed, by the way. Alright. Lukewarm Ocean. Deep Lukewarm Ocean. That's the official biome name? Okay, that's interesting. Hopefully we can find some land and go exploring. Ooh. Got jungle. Hopefully get jungle temple. Oh no, really jungle. Plains. Close enough. Sparse jungle. Alright. Oh shit, this is a ravine and a half. Should we go exploring this ravine or ravine 2? And going this way. Average Minecraft terrain. Double average Minecraft terrain. Okay, that leads to a cave. See here. Oh shit. Plains Village. Nice. Looted successfully. Yes, we instantly loot. We be looting. What? Okay, do any of y'all have jobs? Like, what's going on here? Huh? Excuse me? Hold up. Yeah, I'm taking this. Taking your job. Is this partially generated in a cave? Okay. There's that. Alright, let's see here. Beehive. Yeah. Ooh. Might be 𝙂𝙚 Village. Just might be. Alright. Oh fuck, Nick, crack in half. Alright. Oh yeah, I recently saw a video on YouTube where they're explaining different guide different food guidelines in different countries. Needless to say, for the longevity of my own health, I would have to move out of America. Because right now, America's standards for food is so low that it's either I move out of America or unwillingly, once again, my brain, words. So three choices: move out of America, become either vegan or vegetarian, or just risk being killed by some negligent chemical warfare bullshit and that somehow leaked into some food. Alright. 𝙂𝙚 Village, 𝙂𝙚 Village, 𝙂𝙚. Oh shit. Pardon. Aww. I don't have any fish though. Damn it. I want to trade. Compass, yes. Papers, kelp, cobblestone, fish. Grade. Kitties. Hi, kitty. Uh, how's grass growing on wood? I have no idea. Alright. How many villagers are? Holy shit. Asia village. I usually know the villagers that are noteworthy. Hi. Boring. Alright. Funky. No. Ooh. Forest? Really? Looks like a mountain to me. Alright. Alright, oh, okay, there we go. Alright, let's see here. Alright. Oh. I never had dream, my friend. Bye. Sit down. I got some fish. Find some treasure. Bam, doom, bam, meow, 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 meow. Oh, all right. Holy shit! I didn't think we would be finding a cherry blossom forest. Let's fucking go. All right. Oh fuck. Eat this. Getting stealth. Oh, we had a good run. Now we could dope ass flower path. As well as here. Really? Oh, hi. See what we got here. Packed ice. Block of coral, sugarcane. Trader llama, trader llama. And put it here. Okay, so loot away. To hey Bill. there. Look. Oh, fuck you for that. Piece of fucking shit. Fuck me, I guess. There we go. Kind of want to make makeshift fencing thing. All right. There's some air over here. Thanks, Smith got some llamas, but okay. Alright. Honestly, finding a trader llamas or like an actual trader wandering villager was not on my bingo card today. Alright. Six, two, reverse 6x6 entrance. There we go. Lighting over here. There you go. Freedom. There you go. It's got everything good. I have some room to roll around in. Alright. Connect eyes. Leads. Through. Alright, I'm pretty happy with how everything went. But I guess loot. Guess we can plant some more. Impossible. Anything outside there? Can I grow something here? But we're gonna have to chop down this. One. All right. All right. There we go. Ooh. We're into this one. Alright, it's coming together, sorta. Now we get backyard, mega spruce forest, a little bit of cherry trees here and there. That's a bunch of shit to avoid now. Into. Oh no, this is blocked. Didn't think that through. Yeah, there's a pretty sweet view of the farm and of everything else. And for the other side, pretty sweet view as well. Well, yeah, I'm pretty happy about the progress we made so far. Ooh. Oh yeah. Anywho, we'll be moving on to Forza Horizon 4, and hopefully you'll enjoy it. Okay. All right. All right. Let me get everything set up real quick. All right, chat. Matinee. Hey chat, so it may take actually a bit for me to launch the game, even though it says downloaded on it's completely downloaded on Steam. It still has to download extra data just to launch. It just that boggles my mind. That really does. So while we're waiting, uh, let's chat a little. Uh, All right, there you go. So chat, once again, what you been up to? Anything new? Anything fun? As for me, I got some things lined up in there. I'm still scouring for like good racing games that I can actually run on my PC. JDM was a fail. It kept lagging. Need for Speed Heat, we managed to complete it even despite all the hiccups. Let's see here. From what I can tell, I just I hope I can run Forza Horizon 4 on low specs. On low specs. Low, 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 low. It's funny whenever I'm in the middle of talking, chatting, and my brain decides, that single word in particular reminds me of this song. Let me play it, and I start in an immediate earworm, just an immediate earworm. Honestly, it's quite funny how the brain works sometimes. Here we go. So, Chetto. Okay, okay. Chat, yeah, y'all have any plans for the weekend? Ain't doing anything fun, or just like, I assume most of us are just chilling, watching the stream. Most of you are watching the stream. Uh, as far as as life itself, um, the ball is starting to roll. It's very slow, but it is starting to roll. So I hope I can just pretty much get everything settled by the end of next month. Cause with how strict my budget is, I pretty much can't do anything for like an entire month or like the for like the next 30 days. Anywho, hopefully, y'all's day, evening, night time zone is going well. Make sure you eat, chat. Make sure you hydrate. Looks like it's almost completely downloading. All right, all right. Let me get everything set up real quick. All right, chat. Matane. Alright, chat. Yeah, everything. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on. Fortunately, I have to sign in. Hold on, chat. Alright, there we go.
Suitable preset for your system. Defaulting to Ultra. We recommend running the benchmarking tool before starting the game. Option highlighted. Continue with preset. Option 1 of 3. Control type. Button. Enter select.
I'm 65 FPS, 41, 55, 83. On full screen on. Okay. My controls. Alright. Switch camera. On. Map. What do I do with the map? Telemetry. Telemetry previous. Okay, let's see here. Shipped up. Clutch. What if it were clutch? And white button. Rewind. No. Oh, fuck. A quick chat. Damn it. Okay. Voice volume. Alright. Alright, there we go. Continue. Alright. Well, we immediately got copyrighted. That's for sure. But hey, Forza Horizon 4. I hate Anna, and I can't wait to just yeet Anna out of existence. Unfortunately, I'm starting from the very beginning. Oh, waiting. So, chat, how's the weather today? I like the FPS is shitting itself. Yeah. Alright, chat, let's do this.
Here's what I see. I see a festival that never ends. Where you can be whatever you want to be. It's not your dream holiday anymore. It's your dream life. That's the horizon I see. Let me show you. Welcome to autumn, a new beginning for the festival that never ends. Don't go anywhere. Horizon is here to stay.
All right. Settings. Video. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚. Okay, so can I not play? Very low. So we have to restart this again? Real quick. There we go. Oh, fuck, there we go. Oh, shit.
Option highlighted, continue, option 1 of 5, control type, button.
Alright. You know about the narrator? You cannot turn it off in the title screen. Oh, Nutcracker in half.
Here's what I see. I see a festival that never ends. Where you can be whatever you want to be. It's not your dream holiday anymore. It's your dream life. That's the horizon I see. Let me show you. Welcome to autumn, a new beginning for the festival that never ends. Don't go anywhere. Horizon is here to stay.
Hi! Great to have you here. Oh, I'm so sorry, I don't know your name.
OBS is lagging. So it's not the game? Can people stop racing for one fucking day? Yeah, it's my PC. It's OBS that's lagging as shit. I don't know what the fuck is going on. Settings, audio. Yeah, it is on the... Oh god. Hold on real quick, I want to see the... Game, can you not? Yeah, looks like my PC is lagging so badly that I can see the actual audio mixer lag. I wonder what's going on with so this is actually good. So try and see if I can... Yeah, I can feel my PC lagging here. I wonder if the blur is... Yeah, it's at low specs, and it's still lagging. Yeah. I wonder if it's just the intro that's lagging, or if it's the entire game. Okay, it is jittering. Oh god. Yeah, it's starting to lag for me. You know, when people say, when AAA companies say, oh, this game's optimized for PC, they really mean it's not optimized for your shitty low-spec PC. It is optimized for the people who can afford the highest end parts. That's what they really mean. But yeah, I truly wonder. I truly wonder if it's just the intro that's lagging. I guess it gets into gameplay, it lags.
Alright, guys, this'll be easy. Just don't miss the checkpoints and let's go.
I wonder if we can modify the controls here now. Fuck. I literally don't have enough buttons on my controller to map everything. Uh,
Did we just lose yellow?
yeah, the game seems relatively stable for me. OBS is shitting itself for some reason.
Coming up on the quarry. Woohoo!
Hey, Blue, thread the needle with me.
Lol.
Red's down! Red's down!
Looks like I'm the only one left.
This is it, Horizon. We are kicking off the summer season with the greatest race of all time. Point yourself in the direction of Horizon and put your foot down.
The Great Race.
So let's go. Don't sweat it. The Jets aren't in the race. They're just happy to be here. Oh yeah! Drivers coming from everywhere. Now it's a party. People are lining the streets to get a load of the action. Cheer these racers on, guys. Come on. We got
Race to the festival.
trucks out there too. The most incredible hypercars are all here. I can see a Centenario, Ferrari FXXK, and a beautiful Bugatti Chiron. And is that a Vulcan? Oh, Horizon, you do not want to miss out on watching this. Look at that Senna go. I mean, the car, sure, but someone's got to be handling that thing. Final straight. I can't breathe.
Let's fucking go. Yeah, when it's going to cinematic, it's fine, but gameplay, it's when it shits itself.
Quite a show.
I try my best. Is everyone here?
Yep, all here, boss. Ready and raring.
Great. Okay, do we have Brandy here?
This is the model I used for when I was playing on Xbox.
Director of the festival. Looks like you've made a good impression with our talent scouts.
This one might have a real chance of taking a spot on the roster.
Rebecca's one of our former champions. She's giving me a hand running the Horizon Road Racing series.
Excited? I remember my first day at Horizon. It's all pretty surreal, huh?
I'll leave you two to get set up for the first race. Good luck.
Right then, let's get you behind the wheel. Which one will it be?
See? Yeah, it shits itself.
Nice
We'll go
choice.
forward focus.
Maybe the hottest hatch on the planet right now. And designed right here in Britain, don't you know? All right, let's get you set up with a personalized number plate. Go on, be creative.
Alright. Controls. Alright.
expect you'll want to get a feel for your new car. So I've signed you up to some events to get you started. See you there.
Turn around when it is safe to do so. In 200 yards, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
Is there any way to actually optimize this even further? Because I know with back when I was playing Genshin Impact, there's actually a secret combination for the launch button, for the executable file, where you can get into this kind of pseudo debug mode where you mess around with the performance settings. Because right now, there's pretty much nothing I can do. Lens effect. Yeah, it's still shitting itself, right?
Welcome to the Horizon Road Racing Series. Perform here and you'll be invited to more events. Perform there, and someday, who knows, I might even find space for you on the roster.
Ah, no crack. I might have to cancel playing Forza Horizon 4 because this is unbearable to watch on my, even on my OBS. My OBS is shitting itself. Let's do this. I wonder. Settings. Shit, though. So I gotta get used to controls. Yeah, frame rate's not going well on OBS. I'm not sure it's what is the DRM for Forza Horizon 4 is just not compatible enough where OBS can run the game, but it's not gonna be good to record or stream it. I was kind of hoping that OBS would be able to handle this game. But whatever new DRM that Microsoft is using is fucking over OBS.
For your first race at the festival, that was some nice driving out there. Keep performing like that and you'll be invited to the next round of the series.
Hello, I'm Anna, your automated natural navigation assistant. I'll help you explore the festival and find activities throughout the UK.
That's why I turned.
Okay, Brandy. I have set your route to a new race in the Horizon Road Racing Series.
Hey, Brandy. Your radio should have presets for our resident Horizon stations. Horizon Pulse, Horizon Base Arena, Horizon Block Party, and Horizon XS. See what takes your fancy.
So I'm using ultra low settings, and so I know it's not with PC. OBS is whatever is screwing over OBS has to do with how this game is optimized, not just for PC but also for streamers. for streaming software like OBS and Streamlabs.
In 400 yards, turn left. Turn left. In 200 yards, turn right. Turn right. Recalculating route. In 400 yards, turn left.
Yes, everything's off.
In 200 yards, turn left. In 100 yards, turn sharp left.
Alright. See here. Keep an eye on the performance. Ah, Nutcracker in half. So yeah, this game is just not properly optimized. Because I noticed Need for Speed Heat has a bunch of pickups. It's trying to load areas. This Forza Horizon 4, if it's just trying to run, it lags a bit. Ay, ay. I guess what I could do is to try to go look for another game to play, or I have an idea. So what we could do is just play 2 games that I've downloaded. It'll be Sonic Heroes and, well, and the second game would be Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog.
Right, I've put you through to the next round of the Horizon Road Racing Series. How could I not with you driving like that? But it doesn't start until autumn. Can you amuse yourself until then?
Wow, you really are the image of Frankie Beaumont. Sorry, Joel Carter, Horizon Driver Relations. Now, do I have an opportunity for you? There's a movie shooting nearby that's in need of a stunt driver. Short notice, I know, but what do you say?
Meet me here ASAP, and I'll introduce you to Mike Steele. He's a stunt coordinator for the movie.
Yeah, and immediate lags. Let's Shit, I'll look for that. Alright, so what I can do is, quickly load up Sonic Heroes real quick, alright? Matinee. Hey, Alright, we're back. Sorry for the long wait. I had to do some optimization settings. I had to mess with some optimization settings real quick. I tried to put this in full screen, but it messed up my display, so we're doing this not full screen. We're doing this window. Let's do Team Sonic. Let's do Team Sonic. Hey look, it's Black Tails. Sorry.
Yo, Tails! Long time no see.
Sonic, check this out.
You know why Tails sounds like a child in the game? Is because officially, it was a young boy who played Tails in Sonic Heroes.
Sounds like an invitation to party.
What are we gonna do, Sonic?
No worries. We've got this one. Ha! Think I to crack that Eggman wide open. Yeah, let's party.
Plane crashes.
All right.
Got it.
Hey guys, spread out.
Touching a checkpoint depends on that spot when you lose a life. Each checkpoint increases the leader's life too. Can you break this rock, Knuckles?
Not bad. Here we go.
Got it.
Okay,
Leave it to me. Dave! Let's go! Whee!
Here we go.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Let's go! Whee!
Here we go.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Let's go!
Here we go.
Best left to Tails.
Got it.
They never give up, do they? Level up.
Already?
okay.
Yeah!
Blast away.
Let's play with the Sonic!
Level up.
What the fuck?
Yeah!
Got it.
Level up!
Not bad.
Leave it to me.
Be careful not to fall. Here we go.
Some of the submerged sea ruins move when you get close to them.
Leave it to me. Let's go! Let's go!
Let's leave this to Tails.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Let's go! Whee! Let's go! Dave!
Hold the A button to ascend while flying. Press the A button repeatedly to increase the speed of ascent.
Ooh.
Level
Alright. Let's do this.
If we go through those 3 giant rings together, we will earn bonus points.
Leave it to me. Let's
Not
go.
bad.
Whee! Whee! Let's go. Dave! Dave! Let's go.
Here we go.
That was great.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Dave!
Here we go.
All right.
Got it.
Leave it to me.
I've got it.
Leave it to me.
Got it.
Alright.
As fireballs, Knuckles shoots us at the enemy.
All right. Not bad.
Alright.
Get enemies with fire guns by pressing the X button in power formation. As fireballs, Knuckles shoots us at the enemy. Leave it to me.
Here we go. Got it. Press the X button while jumping in power formation to use fire gun. Knuckles shoots us as fireballs at the enemies. Take this. Take this.
Leave it to
Here we
me.
go. Go. Yeah. Take this. Take this. Take this. Take this. Got it.
But where do we go? Hey, Ellen Plays, thank you for following. This is pretty much my first run for Sonic Heroes. At least a solo run. Again, I previously played this at a friend's house when I was a child, but yeah.
Take this. Take this. Already.
Level up.
Okay.
Oh, come on. I am so confused on where to go, actually. Make sure... There we go. Alright.
Breeze feels good.
What is another plant path?
All right.
Did I just break the camera?
Leave it to me.
Here we go.
Got it.
Leave it to me. Okay. Okay.
Here we go.
Alright.
Okay.
Got it.
What the fuck was that?
Got it.
Leave it to me.
If we go through those 3 giant rings together, we will earn bonus points.
Dave! 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 Let's go! Let's go! Dave! Let's go!
Here we go.
All right.
It's all knuckles!
Here we go.
Got it. Okay.
Press the X button while jumping in power formation to use fire dunk. Knuckles shoots us as fireballs at the enemies.
Not bad.
All right.
Level up!
Okay. How do I do this? Okay, I'm actually confused on where to go. Okay. Oh, that actually moves the camera? Okay. Oh, fuck. I thought maybe. Hey, I played Solid here before. I can try to do this again. Nope. It's been over 10 fucking years. It's the last place on Heroes. Shit. And fucking hell. Oh, this is embarrassing. Fuck. No, we can do Murder Sonic the Hedgehog. Let me set that up real quick. Matinee. Alright, chat, we are back. Alright. I get to switch over to there we go. Switch over to mouse and keyboard. Alright, here we go. So far, a good day on my first job. It's hard to need to is ready. I should make one. I'll just. Chat, I promise I'm not a furry. Fuck off. No, I'm not furry. My first day on the job. I can barely read. Hold on. Where can I place this? Without getting in the way. Alright, there we go. Working on the train in the dining car can't be so bad. Sir, how are you doing this morning? Oh fuck, here we go. Hold on. Oh, there we go. I cannot go 1 second in this community without a shipping reference. Come on, devs. Come on. Mirage is first to say goodbye to. Thank you. My wife is very excited about it. She's already got our plane tickets to 𝙂𝙀 lot. Our shower's been on the fritz. I'm excited to use the hotels. Hahaha. See wife there excited. Enough of the squibble stay. Your first day is working dining car. Here's the menu for today. Have inventories received. Mini chili dog, ramen, chicken. Be sure you place an order. Choose to serve dining car. Ding ding, you read many food. This vessel stages high speed smart with a train with all the latest gadgets. This train is barely handle anything you throw at it. We've had a lot of adventures together, and together, me and this train, it's not easy to leave. After 32 years, don't blame him for being wistful. The train is supposed to be used for events, not a passenger train. Remember, that is from an interview. What's the event today? A murder mystery party, nothing more than the thrills at the end of my tenure as a conductor. Yes, we've bundled here in dining car base, so to speak. I'll be with you and gather tickets on you. So I'll need to do everything in your power. I'll need you to do everything in your power to make sure our paying guests are well taken care of. Understood? This is a good life. Doors to Marjories are opening. All aboard! Amy, Knuckles, Sonic. Wow, this train is incredible. How it's fascinating tech. You're right, Tails. I can get used to staying in it on a train like this. What did you all expect? You know I always got all that for my birthday. This train is elegant as you are, Amy. I can't promise I won't take anything. Oh, damn rude. I did not just catch stealing from a train station gift shop. Oh, did I not just catch you reducing? It was a pen, knucklehead. Who's gonna miss a teeny tiny pen? I catch a character. List. Get a hold of yourself, Randy. You're sweating through your uniform. Sweating through your uniform. Hey pal, can I get one of those chili dogs? Right here, friend. Well, are you friendly? Why can't it be me over for 1 second? Wait. Oh, wait until now to everyone's balls to get wants to get food. Sorry. Sorry about that, birthday girl. I'll be coming around to collect everyone's tickets. Please have them out and ready. You'll join me, Randy, won't you? Just click on whatever you like. The talk will collect the ticket. Okay, got it. Ticket, please. Thank you, Con. So everyone on your side of board. Don't worry about it. And I just like helping. While Eggman took over, I truly feared the worst, but my kids swore you would swoop in eventually, and you did. I can't offer much other than my sincere gratitude. Don't sweat a thing. I'm glad what you and your family are safe. Wait a second. Is he Sonic the Hedgehog? Promise. You and stay trained. So have fun now. Yes, have fun now. Will do, thanks. Guys, birthday girl's ticket? Yeah, why certainly. Thank you, miss, and thank you for choosing difference. Well, the birthday discount certainly helped. Who doesn't love a good bargain? And a murder mystery train sounds like exciting. Right up my alley. Who doesn't love a good thrill? You see, I'm a girl who loves a good true crime podcast. Maybe we should leave it to her for fun. Before we have to go along, miss? Before we move along, for you, miss? Oh, how fun, thank you. Where do I use this? It locks the door in the train. Happy birthday. Birthday girl gets a birthday key. Particularly tradition. Very useful. We'll use this wisely. Thank you. Can you get your ticket, youngin? Right here, sir. Thank you. May I offer a snack on board? No thanks. When I travel, I always pack my sparkly Italian. It's a sparkly gel that can hold a jaded heart. Ah, neck crack. Ooh. Why is that the neck crack every few minutes? No way, I brought my own sparkle. Me too. It's my first day and I was a little nervous. Don't be nervous, you're doing great so far. We're sparkling Italian buddies. Absolutely. If you need anything, just let us know. Needing someone on this train is normal. Ticket? This guy. Everything seems like a connected to either. Here. He's concerned about something. Anything we can do help? You sell gift bags here. Sadly, no, we have past grocery bags, but... Okay, no, okay. Hello, friend, can you get a ticket? Oh, yeah, sure, of course. Gentlemen, ticket. He seems like one thing. Excuse. Ticket. Ticket, please? Of course. Excellent. Thank you for enjoying stay. Absolutely, I appreciate it. There seems to be a calmness about him. Something about him in presence puts ease. It's soon to be calming. I studied ninjutsu. I believe one can communicate. Oh, ninjutsu? Oh. Reading. Can you play on the walls? You know. We'll start it again. Doctor looks a bit smart. Answer. Hey, every ticket, please. You're right, Shan. On top. See? Princess of the Sun always punctual. Princess? Don't mind me asking you, are you visiting for somewhere? Separate dimension, actually. Separate what? Just your favorite birthday, I'll hop back onto my own dimension. I prefer a birthday cake from, well, from this one more than my own. I admit it's a bit excited. Oh ho ho, you don't say. Well, I hope you enjoy your stay, princess. Should I bow? Or do I bow for princess? What are you doing? Please get up. Oh, I cannot join this group. Come on, man, can you see your ticket? Come on, my picture. See you ending here. I'll fly to see you as well. I saw you sneak $20 bill. Yeah. I gotta ask you back. Oh, this yours? I messed this up. Here we go. That might not actually be the best of your characters. See you, Brady. Yes, you know. These are just kind of odd. Still looking. Fresh in a party again. I wonder if key towers. Oh shoot, what is this video? Hi, Backbridge. For that chill dog. I was on the house. Appreciate copper all at home. How is you? My beautiful training complete at ease. I'm sure it does it. Check it out. So that. I like to order one of each. Yep. Plus I had a snack for. Oh, yeah, so. Coffee and Chaos Cola. Water, coffee, and Chaos Cola. I have to go take up on the coffee. I just the beans on the spoon. Can't get the read on this guy. Oh. Alright, Okay, now what do I do? Yeah, oh, wait. Here's our ticket, thank you so much. Well, it's real work, yeah. I wanna leave that. Bye. Wait. Who? Here we go. Of course, let me know if there's anything else. Hello everyone. Yeah, I love this game. Right so far, I'm loving this. I mean, just my pocket actually. Holy shit! I'm treating my chair as a couch. And that should leave my cue to leave, but I must appreciate and prepare the compartment for departure. Alright, make sure. Remember our promise ring. Yeah, you'll do everything in your power to make sure our guests are safe and have an enjoyable time on the Mirage Express. Absolutely, you can count on me. To be honest, this group seems plenty capable on their own. Here it says, assist Brainy if they need any help. Would you? That's all I need to hear. You have my trust. I think more about when the conductor is stream. Next thing, let's take a leave, everyone. Please have a phenomenal time. And don't worry, mucking up the place earlier, this train is a state of art. It has systems for dealing with all that. For everything else, please talk to Bruni here. Or if you need anything. Sounds good. Absolutely. Will do. Goodbye now. I like that guy. Thank you all for following our alpha guide since I sent you. You all look amazing. I trust you all read the lore cards as well. Lore cards? Must be detailed motivations. Suppose it makes sense lore cards aren't otherwise no intentions. Now, on to the nitty-gritty. For the murder mystery game, one of you will be murdered and the rest are suspects. Everyone have a stunning character to her birthday. Of course, birthday girl makes the rules. Sonic, you are a ship captain. You will be stationed on the conductor car. Naturally, that's where the captain would go. Tails, you're a detective. You'll be in the dining car. Okay, I tried to read. Knuckles, you'll be sheriff and Parsi will find you in the saloon. Got it. Rouge, you're a business tycoon. Blaze, you're a titan of industry. Both in the casino. What's the difference? There is none. Sounds fun. Vector, you'll be the butcher, and Espio, you'll be the poet. Both of you found in the library. Espio, we can get there together. You want read? Maybe we can find time to find something. Shadow, you'll be the boxer, hang out in the lounge. And lastly, not least me, I'll be a journalist reporter and moseying around with everyone. Did you get all that? Yes. I was listening. Hope that's okay. More than alright. You can help ensure everyone's following the rules. That reminds me. I have a map for each of you. Everyone's station marked and how convenient. Map added to inventory. Rules of the game as follows. There is a murder among all of you. Among you all. The murder can kill a single participant however you choose, but it must be physically present with the victim for it to count. Everyone must collect evidence throughout the train. Use to interrogate fellow passengers as figure what to do instead. The murderer will lie to get out of being accused. Inspect everyone you can, find clues, and interrogate. I'll set a timer for 1 hour and everyone can mingle. And then murder can do the thing. Is everyone ready? Sounds like you're exciting. Everyone's to your stations. This is fucking dope. Ah, this is exciting. A mystery is unfolding right under very noses. How thrilling, I have goosebumps. Ah, same. Isn't it awesome? Shouldn't you to be mingling with everyone? Well, actually, detective journalists can't beat the murderer. So we stuck for an hour, they're going to scoping in place. That's right, there's always a neutral party. Makes sense. Alright, there we go. There we go. Yeah, so Amy's more excited about offering the mystery anyways. What do you think everyone is doing? Probably inspecting stations, talking about one another. Everyone has roles played, no one must be exploring characters. Do you know what characters' motivations are? The lore cards are confidential. No one knows about the person who received them. My backstory is that I was best friend with the Flecky, decided to join the evil Dr. Eggman, kickstarted my desire for justice in the world. My lore is nurse person turned journalist. Not gonna lie, kinda sounds fun. I wish I wasn't stuck in the micro duty. Start moving. Grab out so fast, grab on something. What's going on? Amy, I'm slipping. Hold on. I can't. Ah, no. Yeah, it seems like it's trying to slow down considerably. Is everyone alright? Yeah, my head's spinning, but okay. Seems we've been knocked into the dining room's closet. Train can reach such an incredible speed. We're getting our money's worth experience, that's for sure. I don't recall warning about it in the interview. Should we go back as others? Raina, can you get the door? Of course. I see the door is blocked with... give me... Pika hammer. Let's find another way out. Let's start looking for cues. I'll search everywhere. I know Amy's hiding something. I'm calling it Amy's the murderer. Oh wait, she can't be, though. Okay. Listen here, I know the detective is here, but all the best to do with detectives is have sidekicks. I'm gonna need your help. Okay, let's gather clues on Amy's acting today. Interrogate her about it. Check around to the closet, see what showed the uncovered situation. Gather evidence, interrogate. Got it. Understood. Count on me, Tails. I won't turn evil like your ex-Flicky companion did. Happy to hear it. Now let's get searching. Before sign, even lurks. Someone says for no or sign no. Luckily, Sog was there to catch me. Sog's right at basket. See, he's got fast, but he also slipped on the juice. He slid on a shopping cart. He slid on into an older shopping cart. All those accounts, I suppose. Oh my god, our budget. Smash. Take a shock. Sure, what's up? I feel like there's something important we should lock it. Inventory. The trash bin. How do I become as optimistic as this kid? What can tell us like just for you? Oh, yeah, sure. Normally makes breakfast meals. I have all this lunches this week. I take ourselves up on a train. I keep looking. Gotta be something. There's gotta be something else. What are we missing, chat? Did that, we did that, we did that. Hey. Alright. Let's see here. Okay. Okay, got that. Thank you. We speed, bring it to in. Alright, hmm. Come on. Alright. Kind of in a standstill right now. Alright, need to do here. Alright. A card. Oh. Alright, fuck. Okay, so these were only 4. Got that. Okay, I need to adjust my shirt. It's like impossible to get comfortable in this seat. Like it's something that's always being pinned, no matter what I do. So we don't have enough evidence, and we do need to figure out. Oh, something tells me the menu. Ramen. Chicken Portum View. Either SBO or Shadow. Alright. Chat, I'm gonna need help here. What am I actually missing to proceed? I am generally at a standstill right now. Alright. If I do this, it sounds like a radiation thingy. Sounds like radiation detector. was wondering if I did make it smaller. Maybe there was something off screen that was missing. Alright. Okay, so I may actually need a guide. Alright. That'll be another way out of here. Okay, I am... Oh. Excuse me? Okay. Oh! Okay, now I found it. I found a chat. Options. I was confused. And we believe you've been hiding something for us. But you're accusing your own birthday? How dare you? This isn't going to be easy, is it? I'm stuck in here with you two of you. What in the world can I hiding? Amy? It was right before Sonic Tales, so it could have been another time. Tend to escape. You closet. Prove it. Show me the evidence. See. First thing, evidence inventory. Super person. Not some damage on the shelf, but persistent. Now you have no organic gas in here. Okay, what tells me? Now fall into your thought. Crack on the shelf, Amy. Screen yourself fine. Well. Why not get something like this, I think. What does Sonic do? What does Sonic do? Sonic's force to reckon with. He always running forward, collecting great advantage, never loses. Like that, an endless runner game. Hey, Sonic Runners! I play a lot of those on my phone. Not sure, whatever works. Just think, what would Sonic do to find an argument? River's not going to train come back. Okay, there we see. Alright. Why would you put Sonic 3D Blast here? You heathen! I think we should shuffle into it. You're telling me on the train, this is what kept the damage was here before you arrived? Well, I believe someone's responsible for hitting the shell. You just did nothing around those shells fall onto. What shell then? Typically did kind of damage. You're right, a stick can't do that in damage on itself on its own. But if it's attached to something, maybe say a hammer. It doesn't stick at all. It's actually a handle for your Pico hammer. You attempted to hit yourself out, yeah, but you failed. The handle of the hammer snapped right off. As you both said, I tried to get all of us out of here, but it failed. I gave the shelf one big whack and the handle ripped off. He's looked down and tried to hide it, but I suppose my embarrassment got the better of me. She looked genuinely sorry about the situation. I expected to hear it snap like that, Amy. It was one of my backups. A little tighter to carry, a little lighter to carry around. Didn't think I'd need it. Well, lucky you, I'm Detective Dabble in Mechanics. Let's see a piece of hammer here. Here, elbow grease here, and fixed. Fixed nails according to my calculations. Hitting yourself just right here, you should have done the trick. Alright, stand back. Shelf shadows. We did it, we're free. Great job, Amy. Let's get out of here. Gotta be extra careful. What? Wait, is that? Can't be. Sonic! Someone murdered my darling Sonic! Well, next the game's begun. Find out who did this at once. Wait, Amy. Who did this? You're for me. What a whirlwind. I'm exhausted already. And that was a really convincing Sonic. Sonic? Body numb, can't move. Are you saying you don't understand? I just need to rest. Sonic? Is he actually hurt? Not moving. Engineer. Hands on wrists. No false sense. Am I doing this right? What in the world's going on? Is this part of murder risky or is it serious? Sonic. Oh no, I feel so pain. Calm down, Brady. What do I do? proven now, meaning there must be more really rich. So I believe you can take care of it. Oh, this even as part of the game, I just can't risk it. Keep your receipt. I'll keep our receipt, conductor. You'll see. Okay, things are getting interesting. The murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Saloon car. Mirage Zone. Yeah, are you here? Well, look around and don't see her. I think Amy's already gone ahead. Amy seems pretty excited. Did you need something for me? Lindsay, how do I put this? What if Sonic is actually hurt? It doesn't get that easy. When trains ball his head, nothing can actually happen to him. We're just all really committed to a mystery. Nothing worried about, promise. Plus, Sonic likes to nap a lot of strange places. He's fine. Making a lot of sense, but I can't shake through what's game or is this something happening? I need more evidence to figure out what's going on. Tag along, if you don't mind, it's cool to tag along. Oh, of course, sure. Now I need snack. As long as you're the best friend, Timmy's sidekick, I'm happy to have you. If you ever catch me looking at Glum, just know it's because we're, because it's where my Lord car. That's the case of ditch our practice to join evil Dr. Eggman. Not proper to take from that baggage. This is true. Yeah, Mermits. What you doing here, my saloon? You're trying to play the actor's character. Knuckles, we're trying to figure out how to merge Sonic. I can see that. Amy mostly told me all about it. Knuckles, that's enough of that. Enough of that. Wow. Oh, and kept the voice right. The wondering keeps from his murder. Anything to help establish your alibi and... Nope, I have nothing. Either of you. Leave me alone. I know better to argue, Knuckles. He seems... Oh. Brainy, we need to figure this out, Knuckles. The walls were cute. While we were all apart. Let's investigate clues and interrogate. Crunch, crunch, kind of bland. Let's see. What? Bleh. For two. Nonsense. Ball started now. It's a classic song. I'm bland. That seems like someone like salt ball for them. Bleh. Now maybe they're just insulted. Alright, it's very helpful. What's wrong with you anyway? I fixed it a bit, that's incredible. Maybe should fear and job a little. While looking at microwave. Breathtaking views. That's why it's an incredible sight. Just have your travel doors feed. I get nauseous pretty easily. To avoid things for like roller coaster. I don't wrong because although I find myself running on tracks more than I do riding carts. Never understood this friend group. Something's always hidden in trash. Let's check it out. And it's empty as well. Starting to think the theory that it's always being hidden in trash is false. It's only a matter of time, Tails. Have faith. As I say, one man's trash is another treasure. I think Tails ignored me. Oh, that's fine. The door is locked. Leave them. Good point. Unlock doors. How long they... Oh, let's see. It's fine. Let me give it a super... Probably won't be able to give a game a super multiple try. I think you're probably gonna sped up. They were just actually punches. Smashed arcade is. Wait, this is interesting. Why is this cups? Yeah, for the ring. Are thirsty? What's it on there? Someone must have been here. I'm getting all evidence that's interrogate necklace. I like your hat. Are you blushing? I said leave me alone. Doesn't really complicate. Ah, just you see it better. I said leave. Dang it. Zach is like a butler. Knuckles, would you ever fight me? You Bruce Easy. Wouldn't be fun. Bruce Easy. Sorry, Rainy. Wish you luck. No, it's not action fight, right? It's not action. Knuckles, Rainy and I need to determine what you were doing in the during hour that took place. Already told you, buzz off. I'm not gonna tell you and catch on me. Maybe we don't need much to say. What happened here obvious. It is. It is too. If we do, we need to look at our inventory. See if it's checking Knuckles for Mart. Game machine, what makes sense to touch it. Isn't it top those Knuckles? Knuckles courage touch your arcane because or you mean spines. Doesn't matter, seems Knuckles courage because I haven't seen any punches. What are you staring at me for hands for? Knuckles you could destroy the arcane, but why? I need punching bad, nothing is available to me. Just an urge to punch, huh? I believe your parent arcade should give us an answer. Oh, well yeah. I'm on it, Brady. Let's see if it fix it. Bring it on. Ah, I noticed that's a dream gear, nice. Arcade machine is fixed. No, don't look at the scores. Red, Ultim, big old candy. Victor. Oh no, at 1 point. Nothing obviously, tell us something massive. I need to tell us. Vector is supposed to library card. Let's see if you could get the highest score. Vector beat you. Frustration, you destroyed the card cabinet. Grrr. He's punching in the air, frustration. You're guessing. What person evidence? Vector's common name, group, there's no. do this. Now, Brandy, what proof do you have for vector is here? Oh, no, like me. That's not what it wasn't. Alright, don't tell Amy. And think we're on track. I just say, vectors props in the world and machines for me. Oh, we have vectors to score. All the best in me to destroy the game. No proof is. Ready to take game, honestly, I didn't want to get caught. And it was starting out. More goes his face. And use caps. And the lipstick mark. Rouge is here too. Inconsequential, not worth mentioning. Search around but failed to make whatever game left. Obnoxious. Listen, I don't know why she showed up, but I almost everything happened before she sped up. That's fast what you want. Alright. There we go. There we go. See here. Vector visit and play games. Rouge couldn't find something and left. Then Knuckles destroyed the machine. That quite makes sense to me. Thank you for answering so many of our questions. Actually, that's not everything. It's Knuckles. You want to step back? I know something. Well, we're naming a scoreless. That doesn't make sense. Okay. Ultimate bread. Oh. Bagel? Not my reader. Toast? Ultimate life form. Here's food theme, this one. Here's ultimate. Here's something. Okay, ultimate life. You're really good by that. Nothing sneaks by you, bud. Vector never struggled so much again, but then Shadow dropped. Shadow's here too? He taught us a game. It was first in the scoreboard. Vector and I fought to beat Shadow's score. They're both very annoying. You all immediately had to compete, huh? He gave me this before he left. Shadow told me to lock the door, or not anyone. Then he left. Vector's leaving them. Scorpion saw this. That's all. That's all its truth. So when Amy came through not long ago, no, she had some sort of key. Right, the Canary gave her a special birthday key. Well, that answers a lot of questions. I went to the library to cause Vector to come here. Why should I lock the doors and was Rouge searching for? No, didn't tell me. Even though I asked what with that cowboy accent. You're gonna have to find yourselves. More information expected. It seems we can move on. As of right now, I believe you're Sword Knuckles. We'll know for sure if you confirm things with Vector. Fair enough. The library is next card. Give whoever KO'd them your fault for me. Give whoever KO'd Sonic in your for me. Detective Tails and Butler. I like better than talk knows. Will do, Sheriff. Come on, Raiden. Use the library. On it, this way we're excited to show dogs. Brady. Coming. Alright. You got it, partner. Onwards. The library card. It's save. What the fuck is going on with that? Yeah, I'll definitely don't need here. Everyone's favorite journalist reporter, Amy Rose, is on the scoop. Heading out into Fab is helpful. Alrighty, before you go, SB and I want to give you your present. Present? You put the space in cube. Rector's having more guests. Amy, there you are. And, oh, Detective Print needs a birthday girl. Everyone knows it's sassy. Everyone knows she knows everyone's allowed to be sassy on it. Alright. Even fuck. Shit. There we go. Let's have to see you all around. Don't worry, Sonic. I'll be one to avenge you, and quick. But how are you? Hey, the door next door is locked. Oh, you doubted birthday girl? The birthday girl has a master key. Right, the birthday girl gets the birthday key. Of course, birthday privilege. So in case anyone else, bye. Amy may be hazy, but she is thorough. Now, where to? What are you doing? Mighty suspicious, I say. Okay, can I not? My butt not ache for a few minutes? Let's see if I'm building that. Fuck. It actually helps my back. Alright, there we go. I'm the detective, so I can't be the murderer. That's better time you're starved. I'd kill for a chicken parmesan right now. Maybe kill isn't the right language to use right now. I'm Rector the Butcher. I'm licensed to handle any raw meat. I'm Espio the Poet. Ah, poetry. A resonant message from the poet to reader meant to challenge our delicate perspectives with the most rhythmic of prose. You're sure, Teardrops in the spring, can you hear me sing? La 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 la, dee 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 dee. What was that? Add more if you like. Cherry blossoms in the spring. I'm satisfied for now. At least around me, I suppose. Brandy, I are here to establish both of your alibis. Well, no, you can walk you through the dining car there. Oh, sure, simple. We just need to be there, actually. I'll send off to Rouge Blaze and Shadow, and saw it all pass through the library. Where's Amy and Espion? Probably picked the book off the shelf. Made myself comfortable. Vector got bored, so I left and see what Knuckles up to in the car. Yep. Where was Rouge having lip singing cup? Rouge came over to the library singing lick for something. She went, and then she went to the saloon car. Came back short after we heard shout, "No way!" and brochures singing over there. But she left the casino car before Shadow came through and locked the door. Wondering if she found obviously had something. After Rouge left, Shadow walked through the casino car. Casino Night Zone. Enter the library and locks the door behind him. More importantly, why Shadow has walked? Shadow walked through the library and the cardboard. Knuckles are like Knuckles now were playing. He insisted on showing us remarkable. He got so engrossed in wrong action and hardly noticed Shadow left us in the car. Yes, I walked through the library and could see the car again, locking the door behind him. Then returned to the lounge and meant to be at our station. When Rachel came back, realized Knuckles was locked up. So cars were stuck in the library car. That way the train sped up. We were worried about the bookshelves falling on us, so we got through it alright. We sat shotgun until Amy asking questions. I told one of us, someone nervous. Yep, you were racing again. Yeah, and that's what, that's all that happened. With all these locked doors, it seems that Vector or SBO couldn't have left the library car or the saloon car. Thank you both for your cooperation. We're just here to pick up around and we'll return with any questions. Vector, if you return with any meat, I'll chop it for you. And I would like to be serenade with a poem I got to cover too. Thanks, guys. Their alibis seem to be solid, though. Enough. What we should still search for clues. What were you looking for in any evidence that proves what they're saying is true? We need to confirm Vector's reason for leaving his post and determine if SVO is actually in the library car for reading. It's all ask if you can do it. The bottom gets the details. Absolutely. The Mars planet. Haven't traveled much islands. Other countries. There will be fun. That sounds perfect. Vacations. Conductor with. Actually, you've been waiting from the university. I say Professor Pickle. He'll do everything in the area. Make sure that it's no sandwich. I'll keep in mind that. Thanks. Since they're having. Have a day. Good. Spicy. No, really, no, don't fall asleep. There's been a murder, remember? I had to bring in every time murders are in. I know that time. I had one Knuckles, but that'd still be weird. Sometimes always hidden in the trash. Let's check here. Yeah, there's nothing here. I really thought there was something here. Really, are you still in the trash bin? No, I'm alright. Sure. There's something hidden in the trash next. Fine. Yeah, we gotta stay optimistic. Yeah, I like the trash bin is secret. Rainy, you're pretty unconventional, but I like that. Are those supposed to be a compliment? Yeah, sure, go for aggressive. There gotta be reasons. Should we make a note? Yeah, they should. Shadows logged into an inventory. Whoa, Zeus is not by. Think of a bit slower than the rest. Alright then, let's move on. I mean, as a human heart. So some of the books have fallen on the floor. You bought every book. It's alphabetical order, but this one. These guys are Mirage Express currently on it. So about to put it back? Maybe interesting. Yep, this is an autobiography recipe book. What kind of recipes? Who cares? I wouldn't trust anybody who read it. It's rude in this town. Nutrition omelet, maybe. Let's try it here. I made up in space with my beloved antique vase, but a mistake in my haste dropped the vase from my embrace. So my antique must now replace. Why calls it a vase? Don't read it deeply, it's just a poem. I started with talking, but it grumbled the tummy. For the eggs I received is scrambled, but the eggs are sunny. Wow, you never started the eggs, but I'm treating them. Down in space. I do a lot. So, YouTube believe us? I don't trust either of you. Not that I don't trust either. It wouldn't appear a proper detective that examining the validity of your alibis. We're going to compare two things. Why vector implants that my SPO is reading in the library car. Ow. Thanks. Maybe. That's so much better. Neck. Alright. Ready to start with you. That's easy. I got bored. What? I didn't take enough for it, so I enjoyed the social. What's interacting me goal? Then brings us into the SBO. What's Rich entered the card library card passively left? You said you immediately started reading, but were you actually reading the entire thing in your library card? Of course I was. The said you started reading doesn't stop till it's done. I've seen it happen. What's been a good read? What book? Ezra doesn't argue that detective let the man live. What was it? Embarrassing? What kind of things do you think I read? If you don't know, I get hunted. Help you out? Alright then. I'm gonna ask you to help me. Manual? SV doing instructions? What are going to possibly do this? Yeah, for by remedial such of upload or piece of manual. Someone at least picked it up and made it put it back in the correct place. I like intended details in order for you, SBO. Hey now, have it in something public. Oh, the vector, I mean, I can handle myself. Oh, the SBO. What your poet info from? Info friendship came from anywhere. And that's the effect of reading the Mirage Express manual. Trains are cool. In that case, I'd like to ask you a question, Amino, don't mind. Answer your question, Amino. Let's flip the page and ask you what. You read it. Okay, what should I... Accurate and technology and insult system train spotless. But honest during this issue as words. See the SBO as a question, Brady, another one. Number of events and you will be charged a no-show fee. This does not apply to a charge over 65. Person made rule 65. Answer asked. Implemented support conducted duties in ES trainer. Intelligent data process system, it works in tandem with the conductor to ensure a smooth and travel for gas. I remember this, the trainer on the piles. Next. Test. So quickly. That pilot's brain is often surprising. I don't know if it has been bragging about it. I think you call it too specific, I guess. That's it, buddy. Don't you read? Yeah, you've not type thing murder. Heard. Sounds like a bit suspicious even. Even though. Alright, let's... Alright. No, I understand what you call shot, even though I'm ready. The alibis are hard to Jade, and despite me the truth. Oh, I mean, I was supposed to... SVO, is that true? Vector is the only one who can see you reading. Well, that's correct. Problem? Okay, I don't believe it can be true. And seeing the evidence back it up. Alright, here we go. Whoa. Shall walk through the library, it's no car, original score. Sheen. Yeah, it ended up being a nice score. We know Shadow had walked through the library over this. It's obvious no way Shadow didn't know this script. I mean, it was a simple slip up. I was fully immersed in the bucket, didn't know Shadow. You're telling me the sounded doors opening and locking would have caused you to look up? Well, you see, I sense SVO's desperation here. Defending argument that the entire time isn't easy. If you didn't see Shadow returning to the car along doors, and at that moment you were really in the library at all? Sounded SVO leaves. But how would SVO leave if Shadow locked the door in his own car? Mystery renting a brandy. There's one more thing I would left for SVO to solve. You gotta believe me. Well, the reader has vanished. I was involved in a dinner Shadow with the library car, honest. When the rector returned, he even tapped me on the shoulder, gave me attention. Yeah, I remember doing that. Must have prevented my friend's death after asking me to policy you again. Oh, I need some water. Heyo! Sorry, I was busy reading. What's up? Hey Walls, how are you? I was fully immersed in the visual novel that I didn't notice. How are you? Doing good? Sorry for not noticing. My bad. Wasn't. It was actually I was simply reading. Or did he somehow manage to not notice Shadow return library? Did you? Oh. So, considering that Vector went to the saloon to compete with Knuckles against Hot Twist. Sonic's actually alive. Sonic just needs to rest. He's fine. Anywho, so considering that Vector went to the saloon to compete with Knuckles, Vector went to the saloon to mingle with Knuckles. Shadow went into the saloon as well, showed Vector and Knuckles how to play Super Monkey Ball. Then Vector and Knuckles got immersed in trying to beat Shadow's score, and then beating each other's score. Shadow went into the saloon, passed by. At this point, SB would have been deeply immersed in reading the visual novel. Passed by Shadow, and Shadow would have locked the door already. So there would have been no way for SBO to even be able to exit the library from either side event, obviously. I have to defend SBO on this one. Tails, we have a piece of evidence that cancel off our problems. Alright, fellas, just lay it on me. Alright, there we go. Okay. Oh, I see. Here's the excellent Japan. Look at my book. I think it's only card and SBO. Like, where is it? Then you see Shadow and this can have seen each other. Because the bookcase is in the way. Vice versa. Makes sense a lot of scenes mentioned so. There's anything you've seen. No logic of losing me. Well, back there, I was grasping it despite telling the truth. I'm glad you believe it now. Now your alibi is most airtight. But I've never further points. Think about your own questions. We did it! Another pair of alibis validated. And locked door somewhere about everything. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna crash up our bed and cheer comfy. Likewise, I could use a breather. Sadly, our work isn't done. I have plenty of questions for Rouge and Special Shadow. Oh, it seems the door to the next door is open. Amy must have kept it open while she passed through here. Then, they tried to leave. See you later, Vector and SBO. Give them heck. And if you need an enemy chopped, say the word. I'll keep my poetry sharp. A murderer is on the loose while doors keep getting locked. Tick-tock goes the clock, while our heroes are in the caboose. So I'm feeling pretty confident. Oh, it's coming, Raiden. I see you next door. Come in. If you don't want to stay. Mystery calls. Okay, investigation continues. Casino car. Save. Let's resume. All the stuff's getting heavy. I'll dump what I don't need. Alright, there you are. I have a lot to say to you. We visited every train car so far, and everyone said they've seen you wandering about. It's high time for you to told us. My, talk about a warm welcome. Quick to the point, aren't you, darling? And I see you brought the microwave master with you. Oh my god! Please don't let that be my legacy. Tales, right? Folks, brought up a lot of stuff. Care to explain? No rush, you're gonna need the help. Please? I've been hunting for treasure rumored stored here in the train. Treasure? Sorry they didn't tell me about the interview. Since our pair business tycoon purple reviewer of collectibles, I knew we could find it. Alright, alright. Alright, then. That's Frederick Chaos Egg. Wow, that sounds like extravagant. But please, don't tell me you cancel Amy's birthday at once, Egg. A woman can have multiple goals. I gave Amy her birthday present already, so everything is well taken care of. She wrote me into the hunt immediately, saying, while searching for such clues. Alright. There's here. Finance car. I'm fine. Finance keeper, sweetheart. What's the problem? There's a problem. We need your assistance. What kind of problem? The elevator behind the security guard is full. Nearly just as room is holding a forbidden chaos egg. But we're not getting anywhere without a guard's access card. Ooh, okay. Alright. And get in there, elevator course, and change help everyone's help. So you want us to steal the Permanent Chaos Egg? Blaze, you don't have a problem with this? I see no issue here. Sounds like a fun business venture. Her lord, let's be influencing her decisions. By the way, breaking the rules must refreshing for a princess. Wait, do you have an opinion on this? For a 5-finger discount. Well, I suppose Blaze bring her in. Let's go, we're running. Okay, that's a ticket. Have a secret team. Now, we must plan. Oh boy. What have you gotten yourself into? Access for the chaos section room. is behind a locked elevator door, which is security guard as most as access bar. Do we distract them? Perfect. We're all charming enough in front work. Oh, well, there we go. That was actually really nice. Anything to say? Brady, is everything okay? Why are you smiling like that? It says I don't know how to stay confident. I'm gonna be in a casino. In a casino, my poker face needs to work. Okay. Let's distract the card. Of course, I'll distract them. I could resist my feminine charms. I'm not sure how effective your charms will be on a channel. Plus, your flight might prove useful. I'm not sure if we're making distraction makes sense. Please covered. Rouge? Oh, I'm at Blaze. My life is never a single falter. Ooh. Great. Her voice is so stoic. I had chills. Well then, I trust her. Moving on. What's distraction? Name all claw machine stuck. Who puts claw machine in casino? Every work station. Let's continue playing. That distraction worked. Probably against Scar. Won't notice the excellent there. Weird. Now I'm taking it out. No promises. We need to get Blaze out of there. Brady, what's your plan? Oh my god. They knew. They knew. Pretend you Blaze is your spouse. Then you'd be marrying it into your royal family. What's your heritage? War crimes you know about? Just a separate complaint would be considered immediately. What do you mean something else? Interesting. You're far too easy. Let's work for your trip. I see you try something else. Absolutely vile. I can think of nothing worse. Despicable. I would never allow such a thing in the kingdom. Guard will be running immediately, I'm sure of it. Great, that is distracted. Follow the elevator. That doesn't make sense. Well, just like that, we'll all make it to the elevator. That's a proper victory. Oh no, the last security measure didn't count for. What do I do about the mechanical arms in the ceiling? One big knot. My shoe isn't in the laces. man. Anthony, time to execute. Alright, let's hit the elevator. I just need for fireballs faster. Our planning is although we must admit, and it was executed to perfection. And we don't actually get they should have at least let us participate in the actual execution of the plan. Enough chatter. Now we can claim the real prize. There's a safe code right here, blueprint. There you go, blueprints. Oh wow. Oh here, yeah. Alright, kiddo. Ain't hasty. And no further secrets whatsoever. We're spit it out. What are you hiding? Oh, I didn't see the individual secret. I don't secret, but anyone else can open Neverland. So tail. You can open the egg. Sure can if there are secrets. I just should. Interest. Tick, 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 tick. Uh-oh. Rouge has no one lived to tell the egg secret. Because each egg is a bomb. Because each egg is a bomb. It sounds like a bomb. Shit. We need to dispose of it now. Dispose of it? All of our hard work? Rouge, fine. Okay. You should put a timer too. That Rouge kissed the egg, oh my god. Time for this, anyone else? See? Reading it. You're on to something. Oh, that's right. Okay, that wasn't time. Sorry, it just has to be reading. Read it. Oh, it's magic. Ensuring passenger safety. Attack this. Okay. But we're on to something. You, my Gracie. I think my hunch is right, thankfully. Look for this. Oh, that sparkles. It's heavy too. Secret infrared chow egg. It's a chow covered in gems. Perfect, exquisite, and revolutionary. Please draw over sparkle ornaments. Although I admit it is stunning. You should never let its tail. Wonder if the egg wasn't a bomb. How's it tough? Well, I don't know. Who cares? Oh my god. Also, I kind of forgot that portion of the manual. I really did. Maybe the natural egg just keeps secret with them. As much as it's been try to get me their spot. Okay, then let's go. Good call, let's go. Yeah, it's really fun. Okay. I prefer never to do it again. Yeah, Rouge. Rouge? She completely absorbs this chaos. Oh, what is it, darling? About those blueprints and everything. Oh, I appreciate assistance. Right? I promise you could take a peek later. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't want to sound ungrateful, but I'm sure you get sweetheart. You could just add sweetheart at the end of every sentence to make it better. I don't think it is racing with her. She's more powerful than me. Well then, this is good. We'll get out of here now. We'll have a murder mystery to attend to. There we go. Shadow gave me this verse. We passed her earlier. Alright. Thanks for your help, Aaron. Thank you for darling. Let's find Shadow. Let's do this. Alright. Lounge car. I know you won't talk, Zach. Locking these. How even? It's hard to get any word in advance to talk with me. Any reason to. You did convincing that. Inconceivable if you did. What's going on? I see, you made it here, Tails. I didn't explain the iron of ship as well. I see what is evacuated to the ships. I also like to see some lock the doors. Although the train a shadow. All I'm not saying one. I think you will have. You have a lot. I'm telling why. Now you could have reached into the appointment coming up. Appointment? If you want to meet with him. Well then. I'm talking. Let's do some investigating. Alright. And did it with you, Randy? Interesting. I'll let you have this. Lost success to trash bins. Problem paper did. Oh, that was nice. Okay. Dog rowing boat. Let's see here. Anything else? Oh, that's funny. When you're ready to challenge Shadow, then everyone's virtual worlds makes sense to me. Shadow, I have a question for you. Will you freak out? I'm busy. I said I have an appointment, I did too. Alright, buddy, but that's important. Shadow, I have a question. Train every single time mentioned running into you. You've been locking doors in the train, and I don't know why. Yeah, everyone's. Huh? Ready? According to my map, the nearest car was Sonic Station. This door, lounge, is the only door that leads to the conductor's car. Shadow is looking for the recent. Oh. You saw her escaping the conductor's car. So, Shadow, you think it's traffic Sonic? I do, conductor's car. Pure conjecture, obviously be. Well, my source can't be backed up with these claims. Source claims to never stuck. Never saw Sonic again after he went to conductor's car. Why? Because he was trapped and couldn't leave with the conductor's car. Reckless speculation. So, a Shadow Trapper. Whatever to have a diet. Alright. There we go. Ready? About any passes. I'm reading out guy. You shut up. I am, of course. It's just theory. It's just a theory. A game theory. I had to reference map hat somehow. Uh-huh. I don't have any comments against Zap other than Scoop. If Shadow's not gonna talk, I can mute it. If Shadow travels the trap and appears in the library, then how did SBO never see him? Alright. There we go. Randy, you have any guesses? Oh dear. Alright. Amy, type much for you. No joking. The shadow. So why would he lock all the doors and not give his key? Showing evidence. Alright then. You guys burning in the trash? Yeah, stop. Jeremy B. It's a band I'm currently obsessed with. Jeremy B. Jeremy is my current favorite. All members have B after the name. Cute. I haven't gone any shows yet though. The series are always hard to get. It's all minutes. Imagine the paper's fun. Watch yourself, box. Each one is becoming much clearer. One thing you tell to figure out. Kind of honey existence. I was buying tickets for Amy. Shut up! Is this true? Are you trying to get a concert? Me? I've done a poor job of hiding surprise it seems. Trying to get tickets for Shut up! A fantastic computer. Can't believe this. After you're accused of murder, everything is spilled. Everything, Shadow. Can I get to the bag? I want to know everything. Fine, that's ours. Ours is ruined anyway. Oof. Probably our fault there. Sorry. All these jobs is fine. When I arrived on the wall, I realized everything had gifts for me. I worried my social status. So immediately began brainstorming ideas. So I could remember Amy had never seen a house before life, so I looked it up. And the next day printed out the homepage. Concert tickets were actually on sale. Realized it would be available soon. Oh, but the same thing ever. Didn't work. Amy still managed to make it here though. It's because the conductor gave me this. It's an every giant train. Here we go. The plane's made of law. Your birthday cake. I should have guessed. It's well-known privilege. Sure, your gestures so sweet. After accusing you. How about this? I'll let you find kids later. Make it for you. I don't know if. It's too late. It's happening. I can't wait. It's your show of a lifetime. Aw, this is sweet. That's sweet of Shadow. Thank you, Sir Busy, for following. Happy birthday, Amy. Expect lots of pictures from the concert YouTube. Seems Shadow thought there was have it. I believe was my source up for all this. It wasn't supposed to be a hot tip. That leading me to believe Shadow was behind everything. My credible journals reported are down the drain. I'm curious, who is the sources? Sorry, strict confidential. Let me see sources. Maybe. See, but I really appreciate it finally come through. I come together full. Pop become clearer and clearer. Yeah, this is good. Right on, let's do it. Ready to the car? Alright, it's now or never. The conductor car. It's worth. Oh, it's on the biscuit. Ah, fuck. Oh. Right. There we go. No screen center. Yeah, that's so cute. Next thing. Hello, gracious. Hmm. I charge generated drive, right? Same actually. True. At least drive flawlessly. Aww. A paradise. Ooh. Alright. And we can get. There's love his wife. Vegas makes entertainment. I was impressed. Thank you for sharing. Oh, see you for coming. Eggman. Gotta be Eggman. SBO. He's an SBO. The Dark Ninja SBO. Yeah. This be a lot to read. Alright, let's remember my respect cards. Then gotta be Shadow. Bruges? Like Bruges had the blueprints, yes. I know. I say blueprints. Yeah. It's stuck. Alright, there we go. Something was stuck. Blowtorch is found in the connector room. Yeah, SVD is knockout. It's unconscious. You mean I've been knocked out? Sure, it's being dead with a blowtorch. Murder some mystery. Continue as far as possible. Good take. Two diamonds. Universe. Shit. Hello, how are you? It's always ready. Hey, Rainy, how you been? Doing good? I'm so close to finishing up Murder Sonic the Hedgehog. As you can access it. There's a bit there. Oh my gosh. SBO is venting! SBO is sus! We caught him venting! Of course. What's been interesting in the past? Right. You're saying so, but so. Mm. Oh, there we go. There we go. Just save all information. Yeah. Mistress unlocked the doors and trapped saw. Found shadows cute. Happy birthday. It was from you, SBO. Oh no, of course it's not. He misheard me. Misheard you? Yeah, Song was going to truck. I don't know, SBO. What? Evidence by. Wait. Didn't make sense. It's fault time. See who wants. Oh, you're stationed in the hidden passage. Ooh, yeah. Makes a lot more sense. There you go. Yeah. And now you're lying to me on my birthday of all days? I believe you. The murderer saw a train to Sonic from your car. Lied to Amy casually, Shadow. For no other reason than cause doubt and confusion. Examining Ivan's outwards clearly stands out the weakest. Believe you everyone's clear. That's only could have been one person. It was you, SBO. You were going to murder Sonic the Hedgehog. Hey guys. Okay, it's fine. Right. SWW conductor code. You think you got me. Blow dart. Really? Not only the poison, just make it for a while. Great, I can use that. No wait, there's something important. SVO left me there. Something important. And bad Nick. Are you feeling alright? And back down. You all need to go straight without safe. What? My private conductor was already here. He's so excited about my train. He's telling me I had a bad feeling as source conductor has seen it. I don't really realize. Train is powered by a flicky. Dr. Eggman. Oof. Okay. He's quite a bit for Oof. Where's our do that? Serious fight. Those where the games work. She saw the blows when crazy, that make believe games. Blow dart. Use the spoilers. Ooh. Train itself. Orchestrate. Shit though. Oh, are you serious? Oh my goodness. You're seriously convinced that the train to get us? I don't know, straight content. Should have been 10 pair Mario games. Hammer. If straight planes linking to figure it out. Right, we're plotting. Make you all Take all you to Eggman's base, where you will from. After I deliver your annoying? Read. Yes, right. Enough. Train's picking up speed. I will grab onto something. Oh no no no! Yeah, funny. It's hard to respect that, but oh, it's a great question. We're talking. Gotta see. Sonic's as cool as everyone said. Ooh. Let's see your bearings look around. Lead the way. Yeah. Anyone's there? Why is someone responding to me? Spiky past seems to finally take train. My involvement is a well-known civilian. Never tried to touch. Ooh. So I courageously got involved. I converted some of the cargo trains to passenger trains. Stake up the public. It's just more useful for future schemes. I guess another death egg. You're predictable. You've created the giant spheres and science. Get to your chase, we're friends. Can't ready to protect. Of course. Ooh. I'm getting caught up too far. Is he? No, it's the passenger train. Yeah, it's very sad too. I think you see Clown's a bandit. No one was very basic just to kill Sonic the Hedgehog. But luxury trains wanted to make sure things were not my supervision for anything to happen up. His capability and intellectually extraordinary, feat only caused by My genius. So this confirms this machine really is sentient. Oh boy. If I say your capture is inevitable, you're on a train that desires nothing more than delivery. I think got a lot of thinking. I need manufacturing motivation beyond programming. I like to make things my band compete against. Not good time. It's good for everything. So institute bounty on my back. You pathetic creatures. May have something interesting. Page never went up. Nope. When you're dragged to the base, it requires a day. John? I already do. Get lost. And ciao. Ciao. You always get under my skin. It's always tough to train motivation. I get the part stop ahead, it's easy. Especially the decisions that you get here. But the negative thoughts exit, let it pass. Just keep living. You need your helping think about this before I do something rash. See, no one's kind of comments. I want to sleep everything kind of. Okay, you're right. Alright, we gotta get started. Sick. I can just sit here and watch this. Got it. Did I finish this? Here, give Sage the new twist plate. Check again. This is the buried it. I wish. Sorry, accept that. I will change you forever, that being friends. Before celebrate friends, that's messed up. Alright, let's do this, chat. Let's fucking go. Yep. Have these expensive others. Check this out. Alright. Oh no, no! Grab the blicky. It's alright. Ooh. Ooh. Tree slowing down. Great hit, Amy. It's pretty great, wasn't it? That's it. It was a special day. Aww. I couldn't bear to see you go. I'm sorry for the trouble. You've already done. Goodbye, my friend. I'm leaving. I assure you, I'll never forget the time we had together. Yeah, honestly, it's true. Right here, here's the thing. Ooh. Watch your step. Watch your step. It's over. Make sure you sign ahead of especially. Oh. My next birthday is ask me not to make dinner. Oh, the July parties were set. And it's starting to try to kill. I'm thinking I'm actually going to miss this group. Unhinged of ways of thinking. Honey, you're late. It's been a... Oops. I'm also... That sounds... That's fine, I think. Aww. Also, I love it. I love this. The bakery in luck was... Mario's nasty, make nasty. Happy birthday to Amy and her sparkling personality. It's nasty. Happy birthday, it's right. Oh. Sage and Metal Sonic. Let's go, Dan. Train's never making it. Very bad. Yeah, happy running, everyone. Angry. Twice for equalness. Shut it. Oh. Three. Huh. What should we do, chat? Should we stick with it or should we quit? What should we do? Should we stick with it? Should we quit? How about coin flip? Okay, heads we quit, tails we stick. It's tails, we stick with it. Windmills and lottery. Fucking yeah, that's lame. Yeah, totally realistic. That chat was the murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. Honestly, I enjoyed it. How about you, chat? Sega. Ian Flynn. Honestly, thank you for letting us make this game, and thank you for playing Happy April Fools Observed. Sega. Sega. What the fuck just happened? Oh, well. Well. Well, chat. That was actually fun. Nonetheless, right now I will. We're gonna just watch YouTube for a bit, and then move on to. And then move on. What was it again? Sorry. So we're gonna I'm gonna make something to eat, watch YouTube with y'all, and we're gonna get some art done. I'm gonna get some art done. Alright. Like I said, let me pull up and let me make sure I just over here. Reason being, there we go. Alright. Let's see here. Alright. Let me open up YouTube real quick. Alright. There we go. My phone needs to be charged. There we go. Just enjoy the video for a minute while I get everything ready. Alright. Matinee.
23rd, 2018, thousands of football fans were making their way to the game in Rome. Excitement for the game was high, and the fans began to chant and sing. At 7:03 p.m., around 50 people were riding the long escalator down to the platform, but within 30 seconds, the crowd had swelled to nearly double that. Everything seemed fine, but inside the escalator was a problem. The weight of the passengers was bearing down on the steps, and the load on the main motor was increasing. To try to slow the descent, the motor applied a counter torque. But as the force continued to increase, the stairs began to move faster. By 7:04 p.m., the crowd had tripled. The motor finally reached its limit, and under the massive strain, the drum began to slip. With the motor losing control, the escalator triggered its second line of defense. A safety relay tripped, immediately cutting power to the motor. The main brake clamped down on the metal drum to stop the descent of the stairs. But it failed. The friction on the main drum wasn't enough to stop the motor from spinning, and the stairs continued to accelerate. Sensing the motor had lost control of the steps, the escalator engaged the last line of defense. In the event of an emergency, an auxiliary brake is designed to bypass the motor entirely and directly lock the drive shaft. Under normal circumstances, the chance that all three safety measures fail at the same time is vanishingly small. But these weren't normal circumstances. At 7:05 p.m., the third and final safety system failed, and the stairs began to plummet. Fans were flung forward and started streaming down the escalator. Some leapt over the central barrier in desperation, while others were swept into a crushing pileup. At the bottom, the landing became a dangerous choke point. Under the pressure, the steps twisted and buckled into jagged metal, leaving 24 people injured. Something like this shouldn't have been possible. and experts at the time knew that something had gone wrong, and they started to suspect foul play. In the aftermath, Rome's transit agency sealed off the accident site and closed the Republica station for several months. The authorities ordered both a technical and a criminal investigation, and the mayor even publicly vowed to discover the cause of the accident. So investigators began dismantling the wreck, tearing it down piece by piece to reconstruct what had happened. The ride people experienced on that escalator was one of the most terrifying rides of their lives, but maybe it's more similar to the origin of escalators than you might think. Like, what was the first escalator even used for? Do you want to have a guess? It was an attraction in a theme park all the way back in 1896. It had no steps, a 25-degree incline, and it was essentially just a slow conveyor belt made of metal and wooden parts. It brought people up a full 7 feet before they would have to walk down stairs on the other side. And it was a huge success. Over 75,000 people enjoyed the attraction during its 2-week stay at the Old Iron Pier on Coney Island. The ride was named the Continuous Elevator, and its inventor, Jesse Reno, had created it not just as an attraction, but as a proof of concept, because he saw it as the future of transportation. But as Reno watched people ride his invention, he began to notice a pattern. Nobody walked. Instead, they stood still, feet planted firmly sideways, with people gripping the handrail tightly. 2 years later, the department store Harrods in England installed a similar device. But the ride was so unsettling that Harrods had to put staff at the top to offer brandy to men and smelling salts
back,
to women,
chat.
just to calm their nerves. See, for both devices, the 25-degree conveyor belt was precarious to walk on and unnerving to stand on. At around 12 degrees, walking on an incline becomes difficult, and 25 degrees is roughly the limit that our ankles can flex. If only there was a way to replace the...
There you go.
Man, it seems like Google cannot stop violating the privacy of their users because they've been ordered to pay $425 million for misleading users about their online privacy. The court has ordered Google to pay $425 million in a class action lawsuit after it was found to have misled users about their online privacy. So in July of 2020, there was a specific Google user named Annabelle Rodriguez that filed a lawsuit against a search giant, arguing that it misled users with its web and app activity setting. The setting was supposed to stop Google collecting data about users' activities online and in apps. So they literally have a setting that's like, hey, if you don't want us to snoop around with what you search up, then you can just go ahead and enable this feature and you'll be good to go. But in reality, as I'm sure you guys could assume, Google continued to collect data about how people were using their apps even after they had switched off data collection in the web and app activity setting, although it said it was anonymizing the data. Definitely something to keep in mind before you hand over Google an ID or a video verification. The company collected this information via Firebase, a database that it uses to monitor activities across 1.5 million apps for analytics purposes, which operates separately to the web and app activity setting. So essentially, it sounds like they found a loophole to their rule. It's reportedly in 97% of the top 1,000 Android apps and 54% of leading iOS apps. Google harvested data from apps including Uber, Venmo, Shazam, the New York Times, Duolingo, and Instagram. This arrangement created a dual data collection system. It misled 98 million users into thinking that their actions were completely private, argued the case, which became a class action suit, meaning multiple people joined in on the same lawsuit. 98 million Google users. Holy shit, man. Google's lawyers protested that the users were properly informed about how the company collects information and what it does with it. They pointed out that when confirming their choice, Google displays an "Are you sure?" prompt that lets them check on what information Google collects. However, the jurors didn't really seem to like that answer, that Google needed to be clearer in how it communicates its data handling to its users. They're genuinely skimmers, not readers, he said. Now, before we keep going, I understand that $425 million isn't a lot of money to Google, but at the end
of the companies will try any loophole to circumvent basically federal law. Capitalism is the pursuit of profits, even if it's at the common folks' expense.
of the day, it's more so about spreading the word about Google just constantly violating privacy law. If you guys are all subscribed to this channel, and you should be, right? Please subscribe. Then you guys should already know that YouTube has been fined recently for $30 million for violating privacy laws as well. And again, $30 million is not a lot of money to them at all, but it's more so about the principle of everybody being aware and knowing that privacy law is being violated by Google and YouTube. So it's more so about spreading the word. So I would love if we could, get this video in the algorithm. Let's see if we can get it on the hype feature on YouTube's own new feature. But regardless, the plaintiffs were originally asking for $31 billion in damages, but the amount awarded is far less, equating to around $4 per user. Now, still, $31 billion isn't like something that's going to make Google go bankrupt or something, but that would have been a pretty significant amount. I would have loved to see that actually happen and go through, because then Google would think twice, because yeah, you might have a lot of money, but getting fined $31 billion is no joke. However, Google is actually planning to appeal this decision. They said this decision misunderstands how our products work, one of their spokespersons said, and they said that their privacy tools give people control over their data. When they turn off their personalization, we honor that choice. Right, that's why you guys have been fined multiple times, dozens of times, for violating privacy law. Sure. And as this article points
Google
out,
has a
it's not the
history of
first
this.
time, and it probably won't be the last, of Google being found guilty of misleading users. In February of 2023, it agreed to pay $392 million in a settlement with 40 states for ignoring users' locations when it told them that it wouldn't. Then they had to pay another $40 million in a separate arrangement with Washington State later that year, and also settled with Arizona for $85 million. Let me throw in the other fines that I've covered before too. So Alphabet, which is Google's parent company, agreed to pay $1.37 billion to Texas in May of 2025 to settle a lawsuit of them collecting biometric data. Then, as I mentioned earlier, Google also had to pay a $30 million fine recently for violating COPPA. So point is that Google, Alphabet, and by extension YouTube, they just keep getting fined over and over again for violating privacy law across the multiple states of the United States.
Frankly, they don't care. 31 billion is a small fine for Google. It's a cost of doing business to them. However, since they've been fined multiple times within a short time span, they're not worried about us, the people. They're worried about losing funding from their shareholders.
States and sometimes even internationally. Then they talk about the losses that I was talking about earlier that they had to pay to Texas, and it was in December of 2023. The search giant also settled in a class action over alleged misleading language in its incognito mode service, which promised not to collect data about browsing activity, but it actually did. They had to settle with the $1.38 billion, and they paid that directly to Texas. According to this article, Google has a habit of internally playing down its privacy claims because it knows that explaining exactly what it keeps might alarm users. In a ruling that denied a motion to dismiss the web and app activities related case in January, District Judge Richard Seaborg said, internal Google communications also indicate that Google knew it was being, quote, intentionally vague about the technical distinction between data collected within a Google account, and that
They do that on purpose with
outside of
everything.
the truth, quote, could sound alarming to users. Doesn't matter what it sounds like to us, just tell us what it actually is. So yeah, Google once again is getting fined hundreds of millions of dollars of allegedly violating privacy law. It sucks that I have to say allegedly, but you guys know how it is. So just looking at the intro of the actual court document itself, they were basically saying Google's privacy promises and assurances are blatant lies. Google, in fact, intercepts, tracks, and collects and sells consumer mobile app browsing history and activity data regardless of what safeguards or, quote, privacy settings consumers undertake to protect their privacy. Even when consumers follow Google's own instructions and turn off web and app activity tracking on their privacy controls, Google nevertheless continues to intercept consumers' app usage and app browsing communications and personal information. Here's the kicker here, though. Indeed, even if consumers completely avoid using Google-branded apps and devices, Google still tracks and compiles their communications by covertly integrating Google's tracking software into the products of other companies. Google's illegal practices extend to hundreds of thousands of smartphone apps.
Which that is
so
illegal.
Even if you were to just completely stop using Google apps and devices, your information would likely still be tracked by Google just by how much influence they have in other apps. I don't know why this blue line is still here, but I'm just going to leave it on screen because it looks funny. Google's practices infringe upon consumers' privacy, intentionally deceive consumers, give Google and its employees power to learn intimate details about individuals' lives, interests, and app usage, and make Google a potential target for one-stop shopping by any government, private, or criminal actor who wants to undermine individuals' privacy, security, or freedom. So essentially, if Google gets hacked, we're all screwed. That's basically what's going on. Google knows every user's friends, hobbies, political leanings, culinary preferences, cinematic tastes, shopping activity, preferred vacation destinations, romantic involvements, and even the most intimate and potentially embarrassing aspects of the user's app browsing histories and usage.
The ultimate war would be Google versus Amazon, the data collection wars.
Regardless of whether the user accepts Google's illusory offer to keep such activities private. They're even throwing out some jokes in this document. Google has made itself an unaccountable trove of information so detailed and expansive that George Orwell himself could not have imagined it. Google must be held accountable for the harm it has caused to its consumers, and it must be prevented from continuing to engage in the covert and unauthorized data tracking and collection from virtually every American with a mobile phone. This legal documentation just goes into so much of the shady stuff that Google does. Google's embedded code causes a user's browser to send.
As much as I hate and disapprove of any form of backdoors, this is a one and one only thing that that it would actually be ethically advisable to brute force a backdoor to collect data on Google, and then send that data to the government. Not on the consumer information, but Google's illegal practices.
His or her personal information to Google and its servers in California, such as the user's IP address, the URL address, and other information regarding the user's device and browser. Google's data collection almost always occurs without the user's knowledge and as an automatic response to the consumer's request for information from the website server. Other than staying off the internet entirely, there is no effective way for consumers to avoid Google Analytics and its surreptitious tracking. I had to Google that word. By embedding its tracking code through Google Analytics, Google is able to intercept, track, collect, take, compile, and use more communications that reveal personal and consumer data than any company in the world. Because more than 70% of websites use Google Analytics, Google is able to track and collect a staggering amount of personal and consumer data online in real time. With virtually every click of the mouse to initiate a consumer's internet request, Google intercepts a signal contemporaneously and sends it in its servers. Those signals contain consumers' personal viewing information and requests, which Google collects, reads, and organizes based on consumers' prior histories. Google then advances its business interests by using the personal information obtained through this routine practice of covert interception. So yeah, you guys get the idea. Google is collecting a lot of information, but it seems like they're getting punished for it. The $100 million fines and so are cool and all, but honestly, that's just not enough money to get Google to stop. We need to start talking about fines in the hundreds of billions. Then Google is actually going to maybe...
You know, the one thing, base thing that the EU does, has been doing now, not finding a fixed amount. Finding a company based on their net worth, on their yearly net worth. Maybe 10% of the net worth, or 20%. That could equate to actual, like, about, let's say if it's Amazon or Google, that could equate about to 500 billion. Either 500, around, it's gonna be in the billions, easily in the billions. Either high millions, low billions, but yeah, if you find a company based on their net worth, it's gonna be significantly higher and actually discourage companies from breaking the law.
Reconsider some of their privacy tracking. And just remember, as I'm sure 99% of you guys know, Google is the company that is behind YouTube. So if Google messes up, so does YouTube, and we should be careful with giving YouTube our information. Let me know what your guys' thoughts are on the situation in the comments. Please leave a like in the video if you enjoyed it, and subscribe for more. See ya.
On December of 2024, YouTube...
I am going to check on my lunch real quick. I'll be right back, please. Matinee.
𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚 posted a video exposing Honey for stealing from creators, a video that went on to gain tens of millions of views in its first week. From this video, the entire internet took to social media calling on Honey for their evil behavior. What you didn't know is that behind the scenes, something else was happening. One of the founders of Honey was doing the exact same thing all over again. While everybody was busy calling on Honey, he was busy using the same blueprint to scale his new project, and no one noticed a thing. With the same business model as Honey and a new scheme to top it all off, he was set for success. And with Honey now out of the way, the people were begging to be scammed. This is the story of how one man built Honey to $4 billion, left it while it crumbled, and came back with a new service, the same exact thing as the first, but with the new scam to top it all off. But to understand how we got here, let me take you back to where it all began. Ryan Hudson was an entrepreneur from MIT living in LA, where he'd been working as a project manager for the LA Times. Money was tight for him. He'd recently caught up a bunch of his utility providers to just cut $200 from his bills. He had kids to take care of, and the money wasn't coming in as he'd hoped. One day, while trying to order pizza for his kids, he was trying to save as much money as he could, and while rummaging through the different sites trying to find a coupon, he had a thought. He'd always thought of himself as a builder, and this was a problem that needed a solution to. While he had tried multiple startups in the past, they hadn't really gone anywhere. Why would this one be any different? Without an answer to this question, or much of a choice even, he used his self-taught programming skills to put together a tool to automate this task. Honey sounded like a good name. Well, Honey on paper worked perfectly. The problem was getting it out there. This time he was not going to do it alone. He got together with a friend of his, George Ruan, and together they made it their mission to work on Honey and see where it was going to take them. After letting a bunch of people test it, next thing they knew, it was leaked on Reddit. Back then, Reddit was different. It was like the front page to the internet, and this leak was the TikTok got some exposure, which allowed them to gain a couple thousand users. Honey's growth, although slow at first, was more growth than he'd seen in a long time, and this time he could almost see a way out. 2 years passed and it's 2014, and Honey is almost at 1 million users. This was it. The door was right there. He could almost feel the knob. All he needed to do was just to reach out and open it. The freedom, a stable income. Finally, his break had arrived. It was almost as if it was too good to be true, and he wouldn't have to wonder for long because it was. Ryan learned a hard truth. Honey as a product was working flawlessly. The only problem was, it wasn't making any money. Honey was free, and by full definition of the word, it was a waste of money. He had bills to pay, and Honey being free was not going to help him out of that. He had to figure it out. If he didn't do anything, he was never going to make it out. They'd tried getting investors for their company, but the only success that they'd had was making them leave. Another year passed, and it's 2015. They reached out to someone in the industry to help them figure this out, and this is when they got introduced to affiliates. When someone or anyone used any of their codes at checkout, they would get a commission for that sale. The only problem was, the implementation of this was downright shady. There are multiple models of attribution, but the most popular one is last click attribution,
which basically means last click wins. For example, you might click on a shoe blogger's affiliate link for a pair of Nikes, but you don't buy right away. Later, you click on a YouTuber's link for the same shoes and complete the purchase. In this scenario, the YouTuber gets the commission and the blogger gets nothing. There are other models like first click, where the blogger would win the commission, or dynamic click, where the commission is shared. But the industry went with last click because while it's not always the fairest, it's the easiest to implement.
This model was the easiest one to implement and the industry standard. The problem came in when a sale was already attributed to someone else and they'd already gone to the checkout. If Honey chose this path, this meant that they'd have to poach other people's sales in a last click attribution. But remember, Ryan needs to make this work.
Which is also why figured with Twitch affiliate, I eventually make Twitch affiliate and make YouTube partnership program. I will be super strict on who the fuck gets a sponsor slot. Yes, I'm not talking about just accepting sponsors left and right. No. I can have it weekly sponsor slots. But I will make sure to do a goddamn background check. Not only investigate their business practices, but also to sneak around the backend UI and see what they're actually doing. Chat, if you don't know, there's actually a public website where you can actually sorry, that's my sorry. That was my alarm. My lunch is finally fully cooked. But what I'm trying to say is that I'm not gonna tell you how to do this because that'll be elite. That'll be just breaking terms of service. But there is a website where you can actually properly inspect a public website, see what they're actually doing. If they're implementing some sort of let's say link hijacking, which Honey fucking did. This particular website actually uncovers any malicious practices any company is making. It's not random in the U.S. It's actually, luckily, it's actually one of the countries that's outside of NATO. So, if word of investigation was go on, against this particular website and the owner of that website, NATO will be shit out, like, because they can't do shit because that particular country does not want anything to do with NATO. And I believe, hold on. All right. All right. Yeah. Yep. And confirmation is correct. Yep. This based on so I have Flagbox extension, which shows me where what country this website is operating in. Base. It looks like, yeah, this country is not a part of NATO. Yeah. So usually, even if it's a sponsorship, I've seen it's like, oh, I want to support this creator. First, I actually go to that. I call the website. Basically, it's basically the virus tool version for backend UI, or backend UI analysis. Yep, and oh yeah, about the honey thing. Yeah, it's all the same website. That's all the same website I used to uncover the shady shit. I did leave a comment on a few YouTubers who are using honey, like, hey, you may want to look into honey's practices because they may be swindling money from you. And yeah, boom. Then why did I go public? Well, this was way before I started streaming. Way before I started streaming. Way before I even made this account in the first place. So yeah, I have no idea where my comments are.
Chooses to ignore this, then
Alright, outside that, let me go get my lunch real quick, and I'll be right back. Blitzies, alright? Matinee.
he might never get his big break. So what was it going to be? The money or the morals? Okay, look, we can come out here and say whatever we want and come out here and attack him, but think about it. What would you have done? If placed in a similar position, what would you do? I'm in no means defending what he did or what the committee did as a whole, but someone had to choose. And as if the world was waiting for this, the minute that he broke, another door seemingly opened and they finally started lucking out. Investors now saw potential in what they were doing, and potential meant money. By 2018, they were able to raise $40 million in venture backing. This was huge. This was insane because a few years before they were barely being able to raise $100,000 and could barely keep the company afloat. But now they were doing 10 times that amount. They were further able to expand their income through a new program called Honey Gold. If a user got to the checkout and Honey couldn't find any coupons, they could still claim that sale and get a commission, and in return they would share a piece of that commission with the user. Keep this in mind. This is going to come back very huge later. So please do not forget this piece. Do not forget this piece. Dints had gotten so good that it'd been reported that they were making upwards of million a year. Ryan had finally made it. All those years had finally paid off. And just when they thought that things could get any better, they got the biggest deal of their entire lives. PayPal bought Honey for $4 billion. For context, 4 billion is equivalent to the entire GDP of Burundi, which is one of the poorest countries in the world, but still. So you can imagine how Ryan felt. 7 years ago, he was struggling to buy pizza for his kids, and now his company was valued to the equivalent of an entire country's GDP. But at what cost? Did the results of what he got justify how he got here? Think about all the people who suffered to get here. What about them? But on the other hand, think about him for a second. You've seen what he's gone through. You know, no one handed this to him. No one gave this to him. He worked for this. And now that he'd finally gotten what he wanted, now what? The deal with PayPal brought a lot of eyeballs to the company, the major question being, why 4 billion? Without a clear answer from many of the companies, a weird fog was beginning to form around Honey. I don't have the budgets to make this fog. I don't have that budget. So please visualize that. I want you to close your eyes and imagine a weird fog gathering around a very tall corporate building representing Honey. And that is going to be our visual cue. I'm going to reference that. Something was off. Not even a year later, in December of 2019, Amazon came out at Honey. They recently put up a notice on their website calling Honey malware, telling their users to uninstall it. And as if playing a character, they refused to explain what they meant by this claim or what they were even talking about. Honey chose to play victim. Amazon never liked PayPal. Previously, eBay owned PayPal, and eBay is a huge competitor of Amazon. And even after eBay and PayPal got divorced, Amazon wouldn't budge. So it made perfect sense for them to oppose Honey for this connection. After a few weeks, the situation died down, but it marked the beginning of many to come. In 2020, COVID shut everybody indoors, and without any means of going to physical stores, e-commerce became the new norm. Honey was still growing, and this became an even checkout and took all the commission from themselves. So what about this situation? Want to extrapolate it in practice? This is where things start to get shaky. What Pi is doing here is inserting.
Alright, there we go.
Paul Walker.
Paul Walker. Rick. Paul Walker. Okay, so Paul Walker. So Paul Walker's birthday is actually tomorrow. He would have turned 52. He would have turned 52.
November 30th, 2013, fans around the world were shocked by the sudden death of Paul Walker, the 40-year-old actor best known for his role in the Fast and Furious films. Walker had built his career playing a man who lived for speed, someone who always came out of a crash untouched. That afternoon, Walker attended a charity event in Santa Clarita, California. He stepped into a red Porsche Carrera GT, driven by his friend Roger Rodas. The Carrera GT was a rare car, only about 1,200 were ever built, and it had a reputation for being extremely difficult to control. It demanded perfection from its driver. Any mistake at high speed could mean disaster. Around 3:30 p.m., the Porsche accelerated down a quiet street. Witnesses later said the car was traveling over 90 miles per hour. Just seconds later, it lost control, struck a curb, then a tree, and finally a lamppost. The impact ripped the car apart and immediately sparked a fire. At first, many assumed Walker died instantly on impact, but the coroner's report told a more disturbing truth. The collision broke bones and caused trauma, but it wasn't fatal. Paul Walker was alive after the crash. He was strapped into the passenger seat, conscious but trapped, as flames spread rapidly through the wreck. The autopsy showed he suffered burns to his body and smoke particles were found in his airway, clear signs that he was still breathing when the fire started. The heat became unbearable within moments. The smoke filled the cabin, making every breath agonizing. He fought for air as the flames closed in, but there was no escape. The seatbelt that had saved him from being thrown out now became the reason he couldn't get free. It took only a minute for the Porsche to become an inferno. When first responders arrived,
The way that he explained it, he literally just gave conspiracy theorists a conspiracy theorists a reason why not to wear their seatbelt. Come on.
the fire was too strong to approach. Witnesses could only watch helplessly as he was trapped inside the burning car. Paul Walker died from a combination of traumatic injuries and burns. The news spread instantly across the world. Fans mourned not just the loss of a movie star, but the cruel irony of how he died. Paul Walker spent his career portraying invincibility on screen, but his real death was slow and impossible to escape. Ryan Dunn. On June 20th, 2011, the quiet roads of West Goshen Township, Pennsylvania, became the scene of one of the most shocking car crashes of the decade. Behind the wheel was Ryan Dunn, a 34-year-old stunt performer best known for his appearances on the television show Jackass. Dunn had built a reputation as someone who constantly pushed the limits of safety, often risking his body for stunts that blended comedy with real danger. But this time, it was no act. At around 3:30 a.m., Dunn was driving his Porsche 911 GT3. Investigators later confirmed he was moving at an extreme speed, estimated at over 130 miles per hour. His passenger was Zachary Hartwell, a 30-year-old friend and former Navy veteran. On a stretch of Route 322, Dunn lost control. The car left the road, crashed through a guardrail, and slammed head-on into a tree. The impact was so violent that it tore the car apart. Within seconds, the wreckage burst into flames. The autopsy report later revealed that neither man died immediately on impact. Both sustained major blunt force trauma, but there were also signs of thermal injuries. That meant they were alive, if only for moments, as fire engulfed the remains of the Porsche. Witnesses who arrived at the scene saw a fireball so intense that it was impossible to get close. First responders were met with a vehicle already consumed by flames, making any rescue attempt impossible. He died not instantly, but in the chaos of fire and impact, with no escape. His passenger shared the same fate. News of the accident spread instantly across the world. Princess Diana. On August 31st, 1997, Princess Diana left the Ritz Hotel in Paris with her partner 𝙂𝙚𝙖𝙩. It was just after midnight when they got into a black Mercedes-Benz S280 driven by Henry Paul. Paparazzi followed them closely on motorcycles and in cars as they pulled away. Moments later, as the car entered the Pont de l'Alma tunnel at high speed, it lost control and slammed into a concrete pillar. The crash was violent. 𝙂𝙚𝙖𝙩 and Henry Paul were killed instantly. Diana survived the impact. When first responders arrived, they found her still alive in the back seat. She was conscious.
Wow. Shit.
Her head resting against the seat in front of her. According to fireman 𝙂𝙗𝙂𝙗, who was among the first on the scene, she looked at him and asked, "Oh my God, what has happened?" Her injuries were catastrophic, but not immediately fatal. The crash had torn her pulmonary vein near the heart, causing massive internal bleeding. From the outside, she appeared shaken but not beyond help. Inside, her body was shutting down. Rescuers worked frantically to stabilize her. She was placed on a stretcher and taken out of the tunnel, still breathing, still aware. In the ambulance, medics tried to control the bleeding and keep her heart beating. For nearly an hour she fought, slipping in and out of consciousness, her body failing from the hidden damage. At 4 a.m., in the Pitié-Salpêtrière hospital, Princess Diana went into cardiac arrest. Doctors opened her chest to try to repair the torn vein, but the injury was too severe. Despite desperate attempts, they could not save her. She was declared dead at 4:53 a.m. News of Diana's death spread around the world within hours. Millions refused to believe it at first, hoping the reports were wrong. In the days that followed, tens of thousands of people brought flowers and letters to Kensington Palace. Her funeral on September 6th was watched by an estimated 2.5 billion people worldwide, one of the largest television audiences in history. For many, it was not just the loss of a princess, but the loss of someone they saw as a symbol of compassion and humanity. Dale Earnhardt Sr. On February 18, 2001, the Daytona 500 was coming to its final lap. The race was the biggest event in NASCAR, and the man in the black number 3 Chevrolet was its most famous driver. Dale Earnhardt Sr. was a legend of the sport, known as the Intimidator for his aggressive style. Fans expected him to finish strong, as he had so many times before. But as the pack of cars rushed toward the final turn, disaster struck. Earnhardt's Chevrolet made contact with another car, lost control, and slammed head-on into the concrete wall at nearly 155 miles per hour. The impact was sudden and violent. At first, it did not look like a fatal crash. The car wasn't torn apart, and there was no fire. From the stands, many thought Earnhardt would climb out as he had so many times before. But inside the cockpit, the situation was very different. The collision caused what doctors later called a basal skull fracture, a break at the base of the skull where it connects to the spine. It is one of the most catastrophic injuries in racing. Medical experts explained that the injury is not always instantly fatal. For a few seconds, the driver can remain conscious, feeling intense pain, confusion, and a sudden struggle to breathe before the body shuts down. That is what happened to Earnhardt. Rescuers reached his car within moments, but he was unresponsive. He was rushed to Halifax Medical Center,
Shit.
where doctors tried to revive him. At 5:16 p.m., Dale Earnhardt Sr. was pronounced dead. Millions of fans were left in disbelief, unable to accept that a driver who had seemed untouchable on the track was gone. His crash led directly to sweeping safety changes in NASCAR, including the mandatory use of the Hans device to prevent head and neck injuries, redesigned car structures, and safer walls at tracks. Cut in half. In the early 1980s, police in Germany were called to one of the most disturbing car accidents ever recorded on the country's highways. The crash involved a Porsche 928, a sports car capable of reaching more than 160 miles per hour. It was a car built for speed, but also one that left little margin for error. On that night, the driver was traveling at extreme speed on the Autobahn. Witnesses later said the Porsche was moving so fast that other vehicles looked almost stationary. In a split second, control was lost. The car swerved, hit the guardrail, and struck it with such violent force that the vehicle was torn apart. The Porsche's strong frame was built to protect against impacts, but at such high speed, the human body inside stood no chance. The force of the crash literally cut the driver in half. His upper body remained strapped to the driver's seat, while his lower body was thrown several meters away from the wreck. When first responders arrived, they were confronted with a scene so gruesome that many described it as one of the worst they had ever witnessed. The car itself was shredded, scattered across the road, and what was left of the driver was in two separate places. The accident quickly became infamous among German police and highway authorities, not only because of its brutality, but also as a stark warning of what happens when human flesh meets physics at extreme speed.
Yeah.
The driver had not been burned, nor crushed slowly. His death was instant, but it was also violent in a way that shocked even seasoned investigators. Roger Williamson. On July 29, 1973, the Dutch Grand Prix at Zandvoort was underway. The race drew thousands of fans who watched from the stands and the grass banks that lined the circuit. Among the drivers was Roger Williamson, a 25-year-old from England who had only just started his Formula One career. He was considered a rising talent, young and ambitious, eager to prove himself at the highest level of racing. On the 8th lap of the race, something went wrong. Williamson's car suffered a tire failure at high speed. The car veered off course, hit the barriers, and flipped over. When it came to rest, it was upside down. Almost immediately, fuel leaked out and caught fire. Williamson was alive inside the cockpit. He had not been killed by the impact. Trapped upside down, strapped in, he could not move. The smoke and fire began to surround him. His fellow driver, David Purley, stopped his own car and ran across the track to help. Purley tried to push the car upright with his bare hands, but it weighed far too much. Flames spread quickly. Purley shouted for help, but track marshals hesitated. They had no protective clothing, no fireproof gear, and for crucial minutes, they did not come close enough to the burning car. Williamson's screams could be heard from inside. He was still conscious, fighting to escape as the fire grew hotter and thicker smoke poured from the car. The crowd could only watch in silence. Purley tried desperately, grabbing a fire extinguisher and spraying into the flames, but it was nowhere near enough to put out the blaze. With every passing second, Williamson's situation worsened. The heat, the smoke, and the lack of air inside the overturned car made survival impossible. After several minutes, the fire consumed the cockpit. The screams stopped. By the time rescue vehicles finally arrived, Roger Williamson was gone. The entire scene was broadcast live on television. Millions of viewers saw a young man die not instantly, but slowly and painfully, trapped while help stood only meters away. Roger Williamson's death shocked the racing world. It led to major criticism of Formula One's safety standards and the lack of proper response at the circuit. If you enjoyed this video, subscribe for similar ones and feel free.
Remember, the faster, because it's, in the form, back then, they were willing to sacrifice a human life just to save their own butt. I believe, let's see. Wait, is there actual... Is it believe? I just think it's an article here. No. Yeah, their only excuse was, it would have cost, and to put it short, it would have cost them money to actually save them. Yeah.
Today, we will be looking at two horrifying stories that went horribly wrong. The first one takes us to the treacherous waters off Bali, where 7 women on a holiday dive were caught in nature's trap and dragged into the open ocean with only their survival instincts to keep them alive. While the second story follows a climber who descended into a mine shaft to save his dog, but instead walked into an invisible atmospheric killer death trap. As always, viewer discretion is advised. February 14th, 2014, Valentine's Day. While couples around the world celebrated love, 7 Japanese women were about to face nature's most brutal test. 5 friends, Ritsuko Miyata, Emi Yamamoto, Naomi Tomita, Aya Morizono, and Atsumi Yoshinobe, had traveled to Indonesia for what should have been the diving trip of a lifetime. Joining them were 2 seasoned diving instructors, Shoko Takahashi.
I mean, it was a once-in-a-lifetime diving trip. Sorry.
And Saori Furukawa from Bali's Yellow Scuba Dive Club. These weren't novice divers taking unnecessary risks. Each woman had completed at least 50 successful dives. They knew the ocean, respected its power, and followed safety protocols. But sometimes experience isn't enough when nature decides to show its true fury. Their destination was Crystal Bay, off the coast of Nusa Penida, a slice of underwater paradise southeast of Bali. Picture crystal clear waters, vibrant coral reefs teeming with marine life, and underwater landscapes that look like something from another planet. It's a diver's dream destination. But Crystal Bay harbors a deadly secret. This region sits within the notorious Coral Triangle, where powerful ocean currents can appear without warning, turning paradise into a death trap in seconds. The underwater topography here is unforgiving. Steep drop-offs, shifting tides, and the massive Indonesian throughflow create a perfect storm of dangerous conditions. Here's what makes this place so treacherous: sudden changes in water density near the thermocline, that invisible boundary where warm surface water meets the cold depths below. When conditions align just wrong, the water itself becomes a trap, creating down currents so powerful they can drag even the strongest swimmers into the abyss. February 14th started like any perfect diving day. Clear skies, calm seas, optimism in the air. The 7 women completed 2 successful dives that morning, their spirits high as they explored the underwater wonderland. Everything was going according to plan. For their 3rd dive that afternoon, they headed to the mangroves on the northeast side of Nusa Lembongan Island. The boat captain they'd hired was supposed to track their movements, staying close enough to pick them up when they surfaced. This is standard protocol, your lifeline to safety. But here's where everything started to go wrong. As they explored the mangroves below, dark clouds began gathering above. In this region, weather can change in minutes, and they were diving during monsoon season, October to April, when violent storms are most common. When the 7 divers finally surfaced, expecting to see their boat waiting nearby, they found nothing. Empty ocean stretched in every direction. Their boat captain was nowhere to be seen. Furukawa, the dive leader, immediately fired a flare gun into the sky, a desperate signal for help. The bright red flare arced through the darkening sky and fizzled out. No response. No boat on the horizon. Within seconds, a massive down current grabbed all 7 divers. Tried desperately. Imagine being caught in an underwater tornado, tumbling helplessly as thousands of tons of water carry you further and further from safety. Your training tells you to stay calm, but every instinct screams that you're going to die. Meanwhile, their boat captain finally showed up at the dive site, a full hour after they'd gone missing. He spent another hour searching through massive waves and driving rain, but the once clear waters had turned dark and violent. Visibility was 0. Eventually, he gave up and reported the incident to Indonesian Marine Police. 7 women were now alone in the middle of the ocean, with night falling fast. When the divers finally managed to surface after being tumbled underwater, their real nightmare was just beginning. They found themselves in the middle of the Lombok Strait, 20 kilometers from their last known position. Miles of
Oops.
empty ocean surrounded them in every direction. Floating in the ocean might sound peaceful, but it's actually a death sentence in slow motion. The tropical sun beats down mercilessly during the day, while at night, the water temperature drops enough to cause hypothermia. Dehydration sets in quickly, and exhaustion makes it nearly impossible to stay afloat. And then there are the predators. Sharks, jellyfish, and other marine life that see floating humans as either prey or faced a new crisis. They'd managed to reach a coral reef and were trying to climb onto the rocks when disaster struck again. Massive waves swept away both Takahashi, one of the instructors, and Miyata. Takahashi had been trying to help Miyata when the ocean claimed them both. Now, only 4 remained, clinging to coral in the middle of nowhere. The 4 survivors, Yamamoto, Tomita, Morizono, and Yoshinobi, had to become resourceful fast. They collected rainwater using their diving fins and any plastic bottles that washed up. When coconuts floated by, they grabbed them for precious fresh water. Every drop was liquid life. For 3 days and nights, they clung to that reef. 3 days of scorching sun, freezing nights, dehydration, and the constant fear that the next wave might be their last. Search planes flew overhead, but couldn't spot them against something unusual, still too dangerous for him to attempt a rescue. But he immediately alerted authorities. When the rescue boat finally reached them, the 4 women were sunburned, dehydrated, and exhausted, but alive. They could walk, talk, and incredibly, their spirits hadn't been completely
That's
broken.
criminally reckless of the boat captain.
Minor sunburns and abrasions were a small price to pay for surviving 3 days in one of the ocean's most dangerous areas. But their relief was short-lived. Furukawa was found separately on another rocky outcrop, her injuries more severe, requiring helicopter evacuation. And Takahashi and Miyata were still missing. As rescue teams searched for the final 2 divers, investigators began questioning the boat captain. His story didn't add up. 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖 from Bali, search and rescue challenged the captain's account, suspecting he had abandoned his post, possibly leaving to refuel when he should have been monitoring the divers. The survivors confirmed the worst. Their boat captain had left them stranded. When they surfaced from their 3rd dive, he was simply gone. Police arrested him for negligent behavior that led to at least 1 death, possibly 2. On Tuesday, local swimmers found a body believed to be one of the missing divers. The ocean had taken its toll, making identification difficult. But when officials brought the remains to Miyata's family, her husband and daughter recognized her wedding ring, still on her finger after 3 days in the water. An autopsy confirmed she had been dead for 3 days. Takahashi was still out there somewhere. The search continued until Thursday, when officials announced they would have to call it off. But the ocean wasn't finished with this story. On March 17th, over a month later, a fisherman in Malang, East Java province, made a grisly discovery. A decapitated body with missing hands and feet had washed ashore, approximately 125 miles from the original dive site. Despite the horrific condition of the remains, the fishermen suspected this might be Takahashi. Without dental records available, DNA testing was the only way to confirm identity. Officials flew the remains to a hospital in Bali, where Takahashi's husband identified his wife's body based on clothing inside the wetsuit. 7 women went on a Valentine's Day diving trip. 5 came home alive, but forever changed. 2 families lost daughters, wives, and mothers to the unforgiving sea. This tragedy highlights the deadly reality of extreme diving locations. Even with experience, proper equipment, and safety protocols.
You know what should start happening? Boats should start having like there should be a separate dedicated pardon. Pardon. Anyway, what I was trying to say is diving boats should be equipped with specialized parts to separate from like the normal normal, commercial, and personal boat use boats. And I should start and the specific and additionally for specifically the diving boats, it should have a I think let me see. I think what do you call it again? I know. So a specialized a special color coded kind of strap thing that's attached to the and that's tied inside the and into like actual inside of the boat, and also should have a federally mandated tracker. So if if a uh if a diving instructor, the blah, blah, whoever's in charge of in charge of staying at their post, if they ever leave their post, it should immediately the tracker should immediately detect that.
Protocols. Nature can turn paradise into a nightmare in seconds. The negligent boat captain faced criminal charges, but no amount of justice could bring back the lives lost to his abandonment. Today, Crystal Bay remains one of the world's most beautiful and dangerous dive sites. The coral reefs still teem with life. The waters still run crystal clear on calm days, and divers still come from around the world to experience its underwater wonders. But those who know this story understand the ocean's true power. They know that beneath the beauty lies a force that doesn't forgive, doesn't negotiate, and doesn't care how experienced you are. This next story reveals how a loving pet owner's rescue mission became a deadly encounter. May 26, 2003. The abandoned Maryland mine near Salmon, Idaho stood as a forgotten relic of the region's mining past, its weathered structures hiding deadly secrets beneath the earth. Travis Michaelis, 25 years old and an experienced climber, had come here with his family for what should have been a simple exploration of the historic site. The family's exploration of the Maryland mine site on May 25th proceeded normally until their dog, driven by the curiosity and hunting instincts common to canines, ran ahead of the group. The animal's investigation of the mining structures led to disaster when it fell into a 125-foot deep, 38 meters, mine shaft that had been concealed or inadequately marked. The dog's disappearance into the vertical opening transformed a casual family outing into Travis, confident in his climbing ability for dangers that most depth, acquiring advanced rappelling techniques and specialized equipment. More dangerous still were the atmospheric conditions that could develop in these sealed underground spaces over decades of abandonment. On May 26th, Travis returned to the mine site with his family. He rigged his rope system carefully, using his years of climbing experience to establish what appeared to be a safe descent route. His anchor points were solid, his equipment properly configured, and his technique flawless as he prepared for the technical descent into the shaft. Family members positioned themselves at the surface to maintain communication throughout his descent. At 125 feet, 38 meters deep, visual contact would be lost quickly, making voice communication their only link to Travis as he rappelled into the darkness below. The descent began normally. Travis made his way down the shaft walls. The familiar rhythm of controlled rappelling gave his family confidence that the rescue attempt was proceeding according to plan. But abandoned mine shafts harbor invisible killers. Over decades, natural processes had altered the atmospheric composition within the confined space. Heavier gases had settled into the lower portions of the shaft, displacing the oxygen necessary for human survival. The deeper Travis descended, the more deadly the air became. Halfway down the shaft, Travis felt the first signs something was wrong. His breathing became labored. His head felt light. The air seemed different somehow. Not the thin air of high altitude he knew from mountain climbing, but something more sinister. The air is getting thin, he called up to his family, his voice carrying a note of concern that hadn't been there moments before. As he continued his descent, the oxygen-depleted atmosphere began affecting his brain function. Hypoxia doesn't announce itself with fanfare. It creeps in quietly,
Mm.
stealing consciousness before victims realize they are in mortal danger. Travis's experienced climber's mind, trained to assess risks and make critical decisions, began shutting down as oxygen starvation affected his neural pathways. At the bottom of the shaft, Travis had encountered an atmospheric death trap. As he reached there was a sloping passage. He made his way down there, crawling in on his knees into the narrow passage to miraculously locate his dog and rescue his pet. But in his condition, his brain's cognitive function was at its lowest, and he couldn't figure out he was walking with the angel of death. The sloping passage that led away from the main shaft had become a death trap. As we further went down and moved toward this passage's depth, the oxygen levels dropped so drastically that he lost consciousness within moments. His body struggled against the oxygen starvation. The hypoxia shut down his brain functions systematically. First went his higher reasoning, then his motor control, then his basic life functions. Inside the deadly atmosphere, Travis fought alone in the darkness. 125 feet, 38 meters below only frantic calls, faced the terrible realization that their rescue mission had become a disaster. The silence from the shaft indicated either that Travis was unconscious, injured, or dead, but they had no way to determine his condition or provide assistance without entering the same dangerous environment that had claimed him. Their frantic calls into the shaft received no response. The rope hung motionless. They had no way to determine Travis's condition without entering the same environment that had claimed him. Recognizing that the situation exceeded their capabilities, they sought professional help. Search and rescue teams responded to the Maryland mine emergency with the understanding that they were likely dealing with a fatal accident rather than a rescue operation. The atmospheric conditions that had claimed Travis posed the same deadly threat to any rescuer who entered the shaft without proper breathing protection. Professional rescue operations in confined spaces require specialized equipment including air packs, atmospheric monitoring devices, and backup safety systems that enable rescuers to work safely in environments that have already proven deadly. A professional rescuer equipped with an air pack was lowered into the mine shaft to locate Travis and assess the situation at the bottom. The self-contained breathing apparatus provided the rescuer with a clean air supply that was independent of the shaft's deadly atmosphere, enabling safe operation in conditions that would quickly incapacitate or kill anyone breathing the ambient air. At the bottom of the shaft, the rescuer discovered Travis's body in the confined space where the fatal atmospheric conditions had overcome him. The evidence suggested that he had lost consciousness during his descent and died from hypoxia, the medical term for oxygen deprivation that results in cellular death when tissues cannot obtain adequate oxygen for normal metabolic processes. The scene told a clear story of atmospheric death. No signs of trauma, no equipment failure, just the quiet end that comes with oxygen starvation. The recovery operation required careful coordination to bring Travis's body to the surface without endangering additional lives. His body was placed in a specialized litter and hauled up the shaft through the same deadly atmosphere that had killed him. The recovery operation required careful handling of Travis's body in the confined space of the mine shaft, while maintaining the safety of rescue personnel working in the hazardous environment. Professional recovery operations follow established protocols for removing victims from dangerous locations while preserving evidence and maintaining the dignity of the deceased. Travis's body was placed in a specialized litter designed for vertical rescue operations and carefully hauled up the 125-foot, 38 meters shaft to the surface. This process required coordination between rescuers at the bottom of the shaft, personnel managing the hauling systems at the surface, and safety officers monitoring the entire operation for additional hazards. His family was left devastated. At first they had lost their dog, and now another family member. Maryland Mine turned out to be their worst nightmare. The air is getting thin were the only last words Travis spoke of, words that would haunt the family forever. The autopsy confirmed what rescuers suspected. Travis had died from hypoxia, the medical term for death by oxygen deprivation. His lungs contained no oxygen, his blood showed the chemical signatures of severe hypoxic stress, and his brain had shut down from lack of oxygen. The dog they had originally come to rescue was nowhere to be found. The same atmospheric conditions that killed Travis had likely claimed the animal days earlier. Based on the evidence at the scene, rescuers reconstructed Travis's final moments. The sloping passage at the bottom of the shaft had created a natural trap for heavier-than-air gases. Over years of abandonment, deadly concentrations of carbon dioxide and other gases had accumulated in this low-lying area, displacing all breathable air. The evidence suggested that Travis had recognized the deteriorating air quality during his descent, hence his warning about thin air. But his continued descent had brought him into increasingly oxygen-depleted zones. When he reached the bottom and encountered the sloping passage where gases had concentrated, the oxygen levels dropped so suddenly and severely that he lost consciousness almost immediately. Thanks to the professional expertise and proper safety equipment of search and rescue personnel, Travis's body was recovered from the Maryland mine shaft without additional casualties among the rescue team. His family received the closure of understanding what had happened to their loved one. Travis's courage in attempting to rescue his family's pet ultimately cost him his life, but his sacrifice highlighted the need for proper atmospheric monitoring and breathing protection whenever entering confined spaces where bad air conditions may exist.
Yeah. All right. All right. Before I start the video, I am going to quickly set up art. I'm gonna quickly set up my art stuff real quick. And we'll get going, alright? Let me get everything set up real quick and we'll get going, alright? Matinee.
抜いても平気だよ。ちゃんとつながったよ。
I'm back with Blitzies. I'm trying to figure out to fire Alpaca. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? That's not right. Alright, there we go. Oh, Nutcracker in half. Alright, I'm gonna have to put on my art glove real quick. Alright. I'd like to give a few minutes while I mentally prepare myself to draw. Yes, I have to even mentally prepare myself to draw. I need to get in the mood of drawing. I need to get my creative juices rolling. Yeah. After my rent, after my rent, phone bill, monthly refueling expenses, and monthly car insurance, I barely have enough for myself. That's not counting account for any medical visits or any emergency repairs I have to do for my car. I barely make enough for myself. My bills come first. Myself comes second. Unfortunately, that is the reality of our society. It's the reality of the entire society, the entire world. Bills come first. Your personal well-being comes second. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Water cloud. Yeah. I want to see if I can make a shadow tool. Yeah. I wonder if I can make a shadow tool actually. Hell, even for me, so I set $100 exactly on the side for food. So I stick to as close to $100 exactly. Sometimes I go under, sometimes I go over. But I make sure the margin is just, the margin of error for me is $2. That's it. I account for both the price of the food and taxes. Taxes on that come with the food. So the food I buy is probably gonna last me maybe, depending on how the prices are month to month, it could be ranging from 2 weeks to three, maybe 3.5 weeks of stretching it. My understanding of On a crack. Let's see. Yep. Exactly. The fuck is going on? Yeah. I'll try and make progress on to it, but like, nah. Okay. Yep. I don't understand. Here's the thing. My ass is so fucking lucky to take a personal financing class. That was a fucking elective. Not even mandatory. It was fucking elective. I chose to do personal financing because I am feeling I need to gonna be finance my fucking life away. And yeah. Right now it seems like to be the case. Exactly. Yeah. Let me get another video up. There we go. Mm. Probably for good reason. I think I know what to talk about, and we just watched this on the previous stream. Yep. The disclaimer is solely to avoid Twitter mobs. That's it. Should. Mm-hmm. I respect his honesty. Really bad.
That when you
Oh
go up the
shit.
mountain, you may not come back.
I realized I never unmuted the fucking desktop audio. Shit. Oh, well, it's fun. Anyways, try. Yeah, keep. See you later. See you later, Blitzy. Stay cute. Yeah, I realized I never unmuted desktop audio. Fuck. At least I did some good commentary. The very least. I think I may have some calcium deficiency. So I just suffer effects of it. My first sign is my tongue aggressively scrapes against my teeth, assuming you're trying to get some calcium.
Back down. As of 2025, you know, in the best research that I could find, the number of people that don't come back down is a little bit more than 1%, which might sound small, but you need to know that Everest guides and Sherpas take that percentage very seriously because it does happen from time to time. And the reason I bring this up is because going with someone who loves you more than the world might feel like an added security at first, but that may make what could possibly happen to you up there or your partner so much worse, right? And so flash forward to May 20th, 2016. Maria and Robert had made it all the way up to Camp 4, perched at over 26,000 feet or 8,000 meters. Ahead of them was just the final push to the summit. I mean, they were really close. It was early in the morning, and the conditions weren't ideal, but there was enough of a window for them to make that push, to summit Mount Everest. Darkness surrounded them. Maria's and Robert's headlamps cut through the snow and ice. Folks, at this elevation, I've never been there, but from talking to Tom and just, I mean, everyone knows that every single step hurts. Every single breath feels like it's gonna be your last. It's a straight up battle to move forward, but you also can't like push yourself too hard either. And so you're like in this struggle, and all of that combines while the wind is just whipping in your face. Oh, and in Maria and Robert's case, they haven't even been able to eat any beef jerky. But anyways, Maria was actually starting off unusually strong. She was actually leading Robert and moving faster than the rest of the climbers in their group. And again, I mentioned it earlier, but she had this record, this big record in her mind, this idea of being the very first vegan to ever summit Mount Everest. And I'm gonna make some assumptions here, but while I imagine it would feel really good just for herself to break a record, like we all, you know, winning something or breaking a record feels good, but I think it was probably even more important to her to break this record because it would just be so validating to the lifestyle that her and Robert had committed to. You know, she could prove all the haters of the vegan diet or even a lot of the doctors and experts wrong. You know, that you could do something like this while eating no meat or animal products. And so she's charging up the mountain, and Robert was just a little bit behind her, but with her every step of the way. In fact, he was actually going to let her be the first one to summit because he knew that this record mattered more to her than to him. But as the hours dragged on and the summit became closer and closer, something started to change. Robert was actually the first one to notice, even before the Sherpas and the guides. Maria's pace, which had started out so strong, began to slow down. And at first, Robert didn't say anything, you know, probably because at that altitude, you're just trying to focus on your own breathing and getting up the next step. And so, you know, at first it's whatever, but after a few minutes, Maria's pace became noticeable to the rest of the group. Her breath became shallow and rapid. Her chest rattled with each, you know, inhale, and her body just seemed to start giving out on her, as if she had basically run out of fuel. She whispered, barely audible through her mask, but just enough for her husband to hear, quote, "I don't feel right." And that's probably a line that we've all said before, but you need to remember that at altitude, up in the death zone of Mount Everest, hearing those words is terrifying. That is almost the worst case scenario for a climber in this situation. And it also brings up a lot of hard decisions. And in this moment, Maria and Robert decided to keep pushing on silently as Maria tried to basically mask her suffering. But it wasn't long until her skin started to turn completely pale and her lips became fully blue. Each breath that she took came with this wet gurgling sound, which was absolutely horrifying. It's hard to even say that, to be honest. The Sherpas were taking note of her condition, but Maria was still trucking on. Her eyes stayed straight ahead of her, but behind her mask. The truth was that they were glassy and unfocused. I mean, it was getting bad. But even still, she could actually see the final pass leading to the summit at this point. She even paused to kind of marvel at it, right? She was so close. And just as she took a confident step towards it, disaster struck, folks. Her knees gave way and she buckled into the snow. And at that moment, Maria's body was suffering severely from several things, as she was lacking blood flow, warmth, and possibly some key nutrients that would have helped her stay upright. But most notably, Maria was lacking oxygen. Again, where she is, the air is so thin, she's at high altitude in the death zone of Mount Everest. She was experiencing the symptoms of something called HAPE, which is high altitude pulmonary edema. This is when fluids fill your lungs, restricting oxygen flow. And when you're that high up in elevation with the air so thin anyways, basically anything else that gets in the way of your breathing puts you in very, very bad shape very, very quickly. And so after she fell, Robert grabbed Maria and he pulled her out of the snow. He supported her weight and tried to keep her upright, because the floor of the mountain was freezing, and adding hypothermia to the mix of this already bad situation was obviously not what needed to happen. Things started to get a little chaotic here. Sherpas were kind of shouting instructions to each other, opening oxygen bottles, and just passing them to Maria. As the concerned caretakers kind of stood there, trying to do anything they could for her, the sun started to pass over them, meaning that it was now afternoon. Their window to climb Everest was closing. Time stretched and distorted all around them. Every second felt like an hour. And again, every breath was agony. They tried to push further altogether, but Maria was basically grasping for air at this point, and so, once again, they had to stop. And here's one of the hardest parts of all of this. Right at the spot where Maria was now bent over, grasping for air, she could actually make out a vision. Now, of course, this could have been a hallucination, and at first, maybe Maria thought it was one, but soon, the Sherpas saw it too, and eventually, Robert's attention was brought upwards as well. All of them saw the clouds parted in just the right way, at just the right moment, that the peak of Everest seemed to be right within reach. I mean, this was beautiful, and it was right there. Robert and Maria basically had the same thoughts, but neither of them could speak it in this moment. For Robert, the choices and options became agonizingly clear. He could climb up to the summit, leaving Maria with the Sherpas to survive however she could. He could stay with Maria, potentially risking both of their lives, or they could all turn back now. Now, in hindsight, Maria, the professor, would have known that turning back was the only logical choice and certainly the safest, and maybe if she was thinking more clearly, she would have turned back even earlier in the climb. There's probably some of you that have been thinking this for a while now as I've told this story, but I want you to put yourself in their shoes for a second. This was their ultimate dream. These climbs were something that they did together. It meant so much to them, not just in terms of pride, but in terms of who they were, right? It was what their love was defined by, which is why it isn't entirely shocking that it wasn't Robert that actually made the final decision here. It was Maria herself. Robert and Maria both felt that Robert could make it to the summit quickly and then return back to her. Maria said that she would be okay to wait for him to return, and Maria basically demanded that her husband go to the summit and leave her behind in this moment. She really did not want to let her difficulties get in the way of her husband's dream and get in the way of breaking this record. She would wait right there on the mountain, and they would celebrate Robert's summiting of Everest together once he returned. Take a second to let that sink in, folks. For Maria, this is her letting go of her dream of being the first vegan atop the mountain, and then encouraging her husband to summit without her and choosing to wait for him to come down instead of returning immediately to camp, which was obviously the safest thing to do. And again, it's easy to kind of hyper-analyze these things after the fact, but I don't know if this decision that Maria made was made out of selflessness or out of just straight up exhaustion. But anyways, I now want you to put yourself in Robert's shoes. I mean, at this point, the last thing he's thinking about is his own life, right? He's asking himself a million questions like, is my wife gonna be okay? Like, what should I do? Do I stay with her? Do I listen to her and go? Am I helping even just being here, or am I in the way? Should I just say, screw it, and climb to the top? I mean, it's so close, it's right there. And every answer to any of these questions just felt like betrayal. But when he heard the words of Maria, the love of his life, reassuring him that it's okay to go up without her, that she'd be fine, honestly, in that scenario, I think that most of us would have done what Robert and Maria ended up doing, even if in hindsight it may not have been the most rational move. Because as much as this was Maria's dream, again, it was Robert's too. And so Robert, just like he had done on countless other adventures where Maria was at the head of the pack, followed his wife's instructions, and he left her behind. That's right, Robert left Maria with a few Sherpas who were working to stabilize her, and he began the final push up towards Everest. Now, this is unofficial. This is me editorializing a little bit, but my guess is that this might have been the fastest push up this last little section of Everest in history, right? Because you can imagine that every single step Robert took up the mountain from this point on, he was thinking about slingshotting right back down to get to his wife. And after what must have felt like hours, but in reality was probably under an hour, Robert did summit Everest. He accomplished that goal. He broke that record. At least he thought he did. But of course, this wasn't like an amazing time for him up there. It probably wasn't as triumphant as it usually is for people who summit. I think he literally went to the top, stood there for a moment, and then went immediately back down to get to his wife. And when he did return to Maria to tell her the good news, well, she didn't have any good news to report herself. At this point, Maria was just not okay at all. She had actually collapsed in the snow. There was no standing her back up, as the Sherpas who tried to do this had their ropes torn in the process. Folks, this is where that thing I was saying about having the ones you love up there with you might not be such a great thing, because now Robert, who had just arguably done the most incredible thing of his entire life, summiting Everest, well, he was now holding his wife while she was slowly dying. Her chest was still rattling with each desperate breath. Robert whispered words of encouragement, trying to keep Maria conscious. He applied oxygen and he monitored every beat of her pulse, but her breath became wetter and wetter. In fact, both of them began to develop frostbite as the evening temperatures set in. Maria's hallucinations took her in and out of consciousness as Robert's sweat began to freeze all around his body. The Sherpas were now worried about not only losing one climber, Maria, but multiple climbers, including Robert. Robert was starting to breathe heavily as he sat there with Maria, panicking and begging for her to hold on to life. The sun started to crest over the mountain. It was going to be dark soon, and spending even a few minutes on the mountainside at night was agonizing. And on top of all of that, Sherpas didn't have any more oxygen cans to give out. They had given all of their resources to Maria. And so if they stayed up there any longer, they were all going to be in trouble, right? But just as the Sherpas thought about pulling Robert away from Maria, which would have been, brutal, one final painful breath rattled through the mountain. And then silence. Laying there in her husband's arms, Maria passed away. She was gone. As was her dream of summiting Everest, obviously. Robert took several minutes to be there with Maria's body. Despite the sky getting darker and darker, he was in total shock, kind of just holding on to Maria's body as tightly as he could. Can you imagine this? Like, this is hard to even say, to be honest. Like, I'm thinking of my girlfriend, like, ugh. Instead of the couple celebrating the fact that one of them had made it to the peak of Mount Everest, let alone two of them, an incredible achievement, just 30 minutes after he summited, Robert was now holding the lifeless body of his beloved wife. Immediately, Robert was hit with a wave of regret of these what ifs, right? But of course, none of it mattered now. He had to kind of switch his mindset temporarily away from grieving this horrible thing and think about his own life. Think about how he was going to make it down, because again, he wasn't that far off from death either. The Sherpas had to pull Robert, who was basically catatonic at this moment, away from Maria's body. They slowly guided him down the mountain, and unfortunately, they actually couldn't bring Maria's body down with them because it was just too late in the day. It would have been too much work, too dangerous. It took over a week for Maria's body to be recovered from the mountain. And folks, that's the week that my friend Tom Pollard from the Everest Mystery Channel actually saw several Sherpas working to bring down Maria's body during his own climb to the summit of Mount Everest. In fact, he actually summited Mount Everest just a few days after this tragedy struck. And Tom told me that when he saw the body of Maria and all the Sherpas around it, it wasn't the kind of thing that you would like stop and stare at, right? Tom saw the scene, acknowledged, to himself that it could actually happen to him too, potentially, and then he kept pushing forward, giving himself the best odds to make it up to the summit and back down in one piece. I've never seen a dead body before, and so I don't know how I would react if I was in this position, but I mean, if you're gonna do Everest, there's a pretty good chance you're gonna see one. There's still tons of bodies on Everest to this day that haven't been brought back down, as I'm sure a lot of you know. So I guess the best thing to do if you encounter this is to just try and not let it get to you, even if it's literally staring you in the face. Anyway, so as soon as Maria's body was brought down from the mountain, you can imagine that some intense debates flared up about what happened. Again, not very many people talk about this story, but there was a little bit of media coverage, particularly in Australia. And as you can probably imagine, the one thing that a lot of the coverage centered around was the veganism aspect, their diet. Could that have possibly contributed to what happened? So I actually asked Tom about his diet when he summited Everest. I mean, that was my first burning question after all of the vegan stuff that I was reading about, because you're not like packing sandwiches or making bacon at 26,000 feet. And so I wondered what people eat up there and if certain foods affect your body in different ways. Tom said that once you're up there in the death zone, particularly, you know, at the very, very end of the climb, it doesn't really matter what you eat. He ate ramen noodles, for instance, just straight up carbs. And he said that basically anything you can get into your system at that altitude and also keep down at that altitude is a miracle, because you're just focused on climbing. Your body is struggling. You can't really think about food that much. The most important thing is to just get some calories in you and then get out of the death zone as quickly as possible. And as for Maria and Robert's strict, long-standing vegan diets before getting to Everest, well, Tom couldn't really speak to if that affected their climb or not. I mean, he's not a diet expert. And so we're kind of still left with that question. Did Maria's veganism contribute to her weakness at that altitude? Again, I'm not an expert on diet. I'm not even close. I literally ate McDonald's for dinner last night. But through my research, this is the best I could find. Extreme climbers usually need dense calories and high protein nutrition. And having extra reserves of iron and B12 going into something like Everest, like, it has to be helpful in some way, right? And we all know that getting all of those nutrients is simply more challenging for people on plant-based diets. Although I'm sure someone's going to contradict that in the comments, and so feel free. If you know more about this than me, just do so respectfully, please. That's all I ask. But there's actually something else at play here, because while a lot of people in the media were arguing about veganism, some other quieter people were saying that HAPE, the respiratory issue that Maria was dealing with on the mountain, is something that kills people indiscriminately. Whether you're a meat eater, a vegan, an Olympic athlete, an experienced Everest guide, or a silly YouTuber, the mountain doesn't care about your diet or your principles. It only cares about physics, oxygen, and the human body's limits. So what was it? Well, folks, here is the cruel irony, the twist of fate that answers the question we've all been thinking about. And to my knowledge, no source out there has put these two pieces of information together, but my research has led me to this, so I want to try and get this exactly right. So Maria was aiming to be the very first vegan ever to summit Everest, right? And supposedly, Robert would end up taking that honor, or at least that's what I've told you. Well, Robert was actually the second vegan to ever summit Everest, because the first vegan to summit Everest was actually 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚, an Indian mountaineer who reached the top of Everest the day before Maria attempted her own climb. Literally. So the record Maria died while chasing, that incredible bar that she and Robert had set for themselves to achieve, to prove to the world that vegans could do anything, had already been done less than 24 hours before they had their chance to touch the summit. I mean, this is just crazy, right? And one has to wonder if knowing that information about the record already being broken would have affected Maria and Robert's decisions on the mountain, if they would have maybe come down before it was too late. It took years for Robert to come to peace with what happened to Maria. He still can't look at pictures of her, partly because of how heartbroken he is, and partly because he still can't quite believe how quickly everything just went wrong. But even though Robert may feel some guilt for what happened that day, me personally, I don't really think that there was much he could have done to help. I mean, maybe the Sherpas could have gotten Maria down the mountain sooner, but that decision would have been going against her own desire to keep pushing, right? And plus, she was keeping her struggles pretty quiet up until the point where she basically couldn't breathe. And also, it's important to note that there was no guarantee that even if Robert had stayed with her or had descended with her instead of going to the summit, there's no guarantee that she still would have survived either. For Maria, I'm pretty sure that having her husband there with her at her last moments brought her at least some comfort and peace. Maybe even her knowing that Robert had successfully reached the summit himself brought her some peace as well. But it's still just so tragic, man. And to me, Maria and Robert's story and all the gaps that we've filled in with this video still doesn't answer maybe the most important question of all. And that's where I need your help. Would you climb Everest with the person you love the most, knowing that there's a 1 in 100 chance that one of you won't come back? Which again is a pretty small chance, but if you just so happen to be the 1 in 100, then obviously do I even need to say it? The consequences are dire. I don't know. Please answer that question in the comments. And please be sure to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy stories like this, especially if you made it all the way to the end.
To be honest, I wouldn't have known. I wouldn't have known what to officially do. And honestly, I understand that Robert's still suffering survivor's guilt. I do understand that. And honestly, anyone in that situation would feel guilty regardless if they could have done something or not. Nobody could have done anything to save her at that point. The reality is Mother Nature does not discriminate. Mother Nature brutally does not discriminate. If your body is not built to survive the extreme weather, and it's like Mount Everest, you're not gonna survive. You're not gonna survive that. This is why I tell people not to push themselves too hard. Yes, you can push yourself and achieve things you once thought you could not. However, there is a scientifically physical limit you cannot pass. And if you attempt to pass that, you are gonna die. There's no debate on that. If you try to surpass the scientific limit, the scientific and biological limits of the human body, you are gonna die. There's no arguing that.
Alright, let's talk about some death row executions that failed horribly. The first There
we go. I can't afford buying juice this week.
execution is one that failed because the executioner was too drunk. Yeah, I'm not even kidding, but before we get there, let me first give you some background information on the situation. This is Willie Francis, and in 1945, he was charged with the murder of a drugstore owner in St. Martinville, Louisiana. Just a quick side note, Willie was just 16 years old when he murdered the store owner. Kind of crazy, don't you think? What's even crazier is that this murder actually went unsolved for 9 straight months. Until Francis got himself detained for, get this, public drunkenness. Yes, he only got himself caught for murder because he had a little bit too much to drink. How did the cops connect Willie to the murder? Well, because apparently on the day he was detained, you know, for public drunkenness, he was carrying the wallet of the drugstore owner in his damn pocket. I mean, if you're gonna kill a man, at least hide the evidence. Gosh. Anyways, Francis didn't have a good reason for having the dead man's wallet, so he eventually confessed to the murder of the store owner in writing after being interrogated by the police for hours on end. Not only that, but he showed the cops where he disposed the holster of the murder weapon. Alright, here's where the story starts to get a little bit interesting. Because despite there being two separate written confessions of Willie admitting guilt, and the police now having the holster of the damn murder weapon, Willie pleaded not guilty to murder in court. Yeah, this guy seems like he wasn't thinking many things through. And like you would expect, the poor kid was convicted of murder. And he somehow got sentenced to death by the electric chair despite only being 16 years old. Like, isn't a 16-year-old being put to death like kind of harsh or like too far? I mean, I don't know. Anyways, back to the main plot. Willie Francis was set to die on May 3rd, 1946. And on the day of his execution, Willie was strapped onto the gruesome 𝙬𝙤, which by the way was the nickname death row inmates in Louisiana gave to the chair, where the lethal surge of electricity was then administered. According to some witnesses, Willie was yelling things like, "Take it off" and "Let me breathe." So it sounds like the kid was about to die, right? Well, this is where everything went completely wrong. Because apparently, the electric chair was set up incorrectly. How was it set up incorrectly? Well, the two executioners that were supposed to administer the surge were completely hammered that night. Yes, I mean, according to some sources, they were drunk. And get this, because Willie was still breathing minutes later, one of the executioners yelled at him saying, hold on, let me get the direct quote. "I missed you this time, but I'll get you next week even if I have to use a rock." I don't really know how this is exactly legal, but somehow this whole thing was allowed. After the complete failure of this execution, Francis and his lawyers immediately tried to get himself released. Because I mean, getting executed a second time's kind of cruel and unusual punishment, isn't it? Well, apparently not, because the Supreme Court sent him right back to the slammer, despite the executioner's huge screw-up and even being threatened by one of them. And just 1 year later, Willie was put to death by the good old gruesome 𝙬𝙤. Now, how can you mess up a death row execution more than that? Well, let me tell you about the execution of William Kemmler because, dude, it's low-key hilarious. Considering the executioners were guided through the whole process by William himself. Yes, William helped his own executioners kill him. Let me explain. The whole story starts way back in 1890 when William was convicted for the violent murder of his wife with a hatchet, and was then sentenced to death by the electric chair. Want to know a fun fact? William was actually the first person ever to be executed by the electric chair. So in a sick, kind of twisted way, I guess it's kind of an honor, right? What's funny about this whole thing is that the executioners were actually the ones that were nervous about the execution, not William Kemmler. Yeah, and to ease their nervousness, William would assist them in restraining himself. Yes, he helped them tie him up. Not only that, but he then tried to comfort the executioners by telling them, wait, let me get the exact quote. "Take your time, don't be in a hurry, do it well, and make sure everything is alright." Like, imagine that you're about to die and you're encouraging your killers to kill you. Good lord. The warden actually replied to William, letting him know that it wouldn't hurt at all. But let's be so for real for a second, it's 1890. Killing a man painlessly with electricity, it's almost like me going through a video without asking you to subscribe. Psst, this is the part where you hit the subscribe button. Anyways, when everything was set up and ready for the execution, the flip was switched and William's body went stiff, with 1,700 volts shooting right through him. After just 10 seconds, William was declared dead and everybody was ready to pack up. So at this point, how could anything possibly go wrong? I mean, the man was literally declared dead. Well, while the prison warden and the doctors were packing up the gear that was used, one of the doctors noticed that William's hand was actually bleeding. And for anyone that doesn't know this already, if your body is still bleeding, it literally means that your heart is still pumping. Which in this case meant that William was in fact still alive. Which is so funny because these guys were already worried about messing up and they actually did. So the warden obviously started to panic and he quickly yelled at the executioners to administer another electric current to finish the job. Which I don't know if that's exactly legal, but hey, I mean, I guess the man was supposed to be dead already, right? But here's where things get even worse. William actually started to groan and mumble, and it started to become very clear to everyone in the room that he was beginning to regain full consciousness. I mean, what do you think they should have done? Let him live or just killed him? Well, whatever you think should have happened, the extra voltage eventually fried William and he was actually dead this time. Oh, and I forgot to mention that it was also reported that they heard sizzling coming from William's body as if the flesh was literally being cooked alive. It's almost like they wanted William to suffer. But somehow, I still think that this next story is more messed up than getting your skin fried off. So let me tell you about the death row execution of Robert 𝙂𝙗𝙤. The reason this story is so fun to me is because Robert actually wanted to die, and the prison wouldn't let him. Yeah, it'll all make sense in about 1 minute. Basically, how the story goes is that during one night in 1983, Elizabeth Stubbs was found dead on her living room floor with a bullet right through the middle of her forehead. Then 𝙂𝙗𝙤 was found just a block away with blood in the back of his pickup truck, alongside his bloody gloves and a .22 caliber rifle that was used to murder Miss Stubbs. Anyways, what's kind of interesting is that Robert was actually only set to be executed more than 12 years after the original murder in 1995. Anyways, for anyone that's curious, he was set to die by lethal injection at the Oklahoma State Penitentiary. Here's where things start to get a little bit messy. 7:45 on the day Robert was supposed to be executed, he ingested a large quantity of sedatives that left him unconscious in his cell. How did no one notice, you're probably wondering? Well, the guards thought that he was just taking a nap until at 9 p.m. the same prison guards tried to wake him up so he could take his last ever shower, but he wasn't responding. Yeah, he tried to unalive himself by overdosing on the sedatives. So at this point, it looked like Robert was gonna die by an overdose hours before he was supposed to die by lethal injection. Do you think that the US legal system A, let him die by an overdose, or B, resuscitated him so that he could be killed just a few hours later? Well, if you chose B, you would be correct. Because when he was taken to the hospital, his stomach was pumped, saving his life. And for anyone that's curious, the reason they forced him to stay alive was because there was a ruling by the Supreme Court in 1986 that stated that the condemned must be aware of his or her execution and why they're being executed. But anyways, after 𝙂𝙗𝙤 regained full consciousness, he was then returned to the prison, where the execution that was originally set for midnight was then taking place at 1:55 a.m., where he was strapped to a gurney and was administered the lethal injection. Something that you may find interesting here is that Robert's final words were not heard by any of the witnesses, because apparently the sound system was broken, even though it's never been broken in any execution in the past. Yeah, and Robert 𝙂𝙗𝙤 was pronounced dead. Again. Next, we have the failed execution of Doyle Lee Hamm. What's so awesome about this case is that Doyle almost died from getting stabbed by the needles rather than the lethal injection itself. But hey, let's not get ahead of ourselves here. What did Doyle exactly do to deserve the death penalty? Well, in 1987, he murdered a hotel worker named Patrick Cunningham, who was working as a night clerk at a motel in Cullman, Alabama, was shot in the head during a robbery that Hamm carried out himself. And guys, get this. Hamm robbed the motel for $410 damn. Yeah, way to go, rich guy. Quick side note, the murder was a part of the robbery, making it a capital offense under Alabama law, which is where he was then sentenced to death by lethal injection. One problem though, Hamm had a history of drug use and was also treated for cancer before, which basically meant that his arms would not be able to have needles inserted to deliver the lethal drugs. So what did they decide to do? Use his legs instead. Yippee! Yep, he wasn't getting out of this one. When the time came for Hamm to die, the IV team spread both of Hamm's legs wide open. Whoa. Pause.
Hey, yo!
Basically, they were looking for a vein that they could stab with the needle, and unfortunately, they couldn't find it. But that didn't stop them, because they continued to just stab Hamm in the leg. And when it didn't work, they smashed the needles into his groin. It's the
What the
place right
fuck?
above your no-no square for anyone that doesn't know.
Okay,
And
that's...
even that wasn't safe because it was believed that he was also stabbed in his bladder from all the blood that was spewing out of him. Yeah, these dudes really took a needle to his little John. Ouch. Oh, and I forgot to mention that the execution actually had a deadline, which was midnight. So the doctors were trying their best to end the man's life, but they were just useless. Because after many hours of trying to administer the lethal dose, Hamm was still breathing. But we love a team who doesn't give up because even when the clock hit midnight, the doctors were still trying to inject Ham, which is illegal by the way. But this time they were trying to inject him through his feet. No, the doctors were so dedicated that the prison officials literally had to drag the man out of the room for them to stop. Now the real question is, will Ham be saved by the justice system or end up like our friends from earlier in the video? Before I answer that though, a medical exam of Ham after the failed execution documented a number of puncture wounds, as well as really bad bruising in his lower area. It was so bad that Ham reported that he's been urinating blood since his execution. And with that, the state decided in March 2018 that there would be no further execution attempt, and he would remain incarcerated for the rest of his life. Now, if you thought that
Really? You're gonna end that story there and not not tell us whether the doctors were criminally charged or not? Really? Come on.
executioners couldn't get any more ruthless than jamming needles into your bladder? Let me tell you about George Painter, the convict who was hung up by a noose, not once, but twice. Basically, way back in 1891, it was said that George strangled his own girlfriend and beat her head against a bedpost until she was dead. Ouch. Multiple eyewitnesses even came forward to defend Painter and his innocence. What I didn't tell you yet was the eyewitnesses were actually paid individuals to provide fake testimonies. Yep, this man really paid people to lie for him on the stand. This doesn't exactly sound like a man who was innocent, but like you would expect, the witnesses were dismissed for being unreliable. Did you really think our man George didn't have a backup plan here? Because before he was caught, George attempted to make the whole crime scene look like a burglary. How did he do that, you're probably wondering? Well, he pulled down his girlfriend's left sock and put money into it. You stupid box said, how does that make it look like a burglary? Well, back in the day, hiding money in your sock was a well-known hiding place for women. Okay, so considering it was still up in the air whether George painted the red room or if he was innocent, what did the court decide to do? Well, obviously sentence him to death. Because after serving 3 years in prison, George was transported. He was walked to the gallows for his hanging in the year 1894. Also, a quick side note that his final words before his execution was really him declaring his innocence once again and him confessing his want for the real killer to be found. Alright, hold on. Just imagine if this guy was actually innocent for a second. After George spoke his piece, a white hood was then placed over his head, his thighs were bound by straps, and a noose was then tied around George's neck. Oh wait, by the way, I forgot to mention that George was standing over a trap door while all this was happening. So when the signal was given, snap! The trapdoor below him swung open and George's body just dropped right through. So how did this execution exactly fail? Well, everyone in the room heard his neck snap, but the doctors confirmed that the man was in fact not dead, and that his neck was just broken. You can probably imagine that someone's neck being snapped was not a pretty sight. Well, it was probably really bad because all of the witnesses started losing their minds when the white hood that George was wearing on his head turned fully red because all of the blood that was spewing out of his neck. Anyways, the executioners cut the original rope from his neck and replaced it with a new one. The executioners then picked him back up and sat him on the trap door, where a signal was given for George to fall right through, and his body just plunged and he was finally pronounced dead. That's just a painful way to go. I mean, this whole video made me realize how cruel the death penalty can actually be. But if you want to hear about more gruesome, stomach-turning deaths, click this video right here where...
Welcome everyone. Hello. My name is 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙩. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a lot of video games as well as draw art and practice programming. And soon I'll be getting into 3D modeling. Welcome. How's everyone's day been? How's your day, evening, night, or time zone? Hopefully you're eating. Hopefully you're hydrating. Hopefully you remember to stretch and use the bathroom. How you been? How you been so far? How did you get there?
So I'm a used car dealer.
All right. Nutcracker in half.
Right now, even $2,500 cars are not selling on my lot.
It is July 19th, and I just experienced my 2-week strike of no sales.
What happens when a car just doesn't sell?
So recently we went over people talking about how difficult it was to sell their home in this economy because of how slow the market is. And honestly, the same thing could be said with salesmen at dealerships when it comes to vehicles. Shockingly, less and less people are able to afford a $1,000 monthly payment on a pickup truck or a plain SUV. We're not even talking about the luxury market that gets way higher. So that's what we're going to take a look at today. We have a lot of examples to go over along with comments from you guys from previous videos.
We haven't done anything. I think, what, it's the 10th, and we've sold 7 cars, 6 cars, somewhere in that ballpark. I got one that I can't even give away. I was on vacation for a week, talked to my brother. He said, hey, we sold the Infiniti today. I'm like, great, that car needed to go. And I get back, and it's still here. So we didn't sell it. The lady that called on it called all the way from Hawaii. It's a 2021 Infiniti QX50. It's got like 90,000 miles, 95,000 miles. I've marked it down on the internet all the way to 16.5. It's so cheap, a lady that can't even drive it to where she is living called us on it. Can't even get to her. I'm probably gonna have to mark it down again. It's still here. It's gonna hit 90 days here probably in the next week or so, and it has got to go. Right now it is rough. I mean, we can't give anything away. Unbelievable.
So we're just going to go right over to the comment section. Can't give it away, then proceeds to ask for 16.5 for it. I thought that one was pretty funny. It has way too many miles, 95,000 for a rebadged Nissan. Nobody's trying to get into a CVT transmission at 90,000 miles. $16,000 for a car with 90,000 miles isn't that cheap. Drop it down to 8,500 and it just might sell. Overpriced, everybody still thinks it's 2022. But these salesmen can't land a deal to save their lives. They can't give it away. Oh, man.
So I'm a used car dealer. Right now, $2,500 cars are not selling on my lot. And for you, that means prices are going to come down. And on a lot of these cars that you see behind me, we've marked them down $500, $1,000, and we still can't get them to move. Some of them we've even got to the point where we're breaking even and they still won't sell. It's been so slow for us lately that I haven't bought a single car in 2 weeks. Yeah, check this out. So all these cars up here are for sale, and down here where we park our cars for recon, ghost town, right? All our cars are ready up there because we've actually had time to get them ready. We haven't been turning and burning, and it's a good thing right now, but I mean, I would rather see way more cars down here than I would up here because this right here means I'm not selling anything. But even with all of this going on, I don't want you to buy a car from me right now. In fact, I don't want you to buy a car from any car dealer right now because I believe it's going to get much, much worse for us.
So this example is a bit different than what we're going to see throughout this video because if you watch my type of car videos, you have most likely seen this person online. He is a pretty big YouTuber, so he doesn't have to rely on selling cars as much as the other dealers and salesmen we're going to see. But we could head over to the comments. Let's be honest, the $2,500 car is really a $500 car. Times have changed. People don't have the money anymore. Everything keeps going up in price and living isn't cheap. $2,500 with 220,000 miles on the dash. And we could take a look at even more examples of just overpriced vehicles.
As you can see, I'm at CarMax right now, and this lot is entirely empty. There is not one person on this entire lot that does not work here. Now granted, it's a Tuesday at 12:30, but there's also only 2 customers inside. And I'm about to show you exactly why that there is nobody here. Well, on top of the fact that everybody has negative equity. This right here is a 2024 Accord Hybrid. This thing has 58,000 miles and this thing is $28,000. First of all, how do you even get that many miles in 2 years? This thing is damn near brand new. And this thing has 58,000 miles. And here is another example. This is the 2019. This is the old body style. This one has 11,000 more miles and is only $4,000 less, but 5 years older. This doesn't make any sense. This car was $23,000 brand new in 2018. I remember because I bought it then.
Even with some of the news recently that car prices are starting to go down somewhat, or at least not constantly rising like we've seen for years now, there are countless examples of vehicle models and entire brands that are still wildly overpriced. Like houses, people are starting to realize car ownership is a trap. That's why I'm still driving my 2017 Camry that's paid off, riding this car till the wheels fall off. People were buying cars to put on Turo and do deliveries. When the miles get high, they sell it. And I would say both Turo and Uber Eats DoorDash is not nearly as lucrative as it was a few years ago. So now these car lots basically look like museums because nothing's moving.
Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and
Honestly, to be honest, the smarter thing to do for me right now is just keep my current car. Keep it for as long as possible, even if it reaches 100,000 miles, which is damn near close to it right now. I'm still keeping it, and I'm going to fix it until its last leg falls off. And then I'm going to rebuild that car and sell it. Or more realistically, is just put it up for scraps. But probably it may just have another like 5 to. It may have another maybe 7 years, maybe another 10 years. But I make sure I take care of my car. I do. Hell, I do my own car inspection every fucking month. Make sure wheels, tire pressure is good. Making sure that once again. Making sure that my car is functioning correctly. Making sure there's no issue, nothing's lighting up on the dashboard. Even though I should do this every week, but I still do. I'm at this point I'm doing this every month. I go under the hood, making sure everything is good. But right now, my car, the rubber was again. The rubber thing that's around the engine gears. But no, I don't remember what it's called, but that thing is starting to show its age, and that needs probably gonna need to be replaced. But I can't afford shit right now, and probably not for another 2 months, basically. Maybe the next one is gonna be probably dedicated to fixing up my car. And then the next month over, maybe I can start saving up money. Maybe. But yeah. Probably more realistically, the next few months is going to be probably making sure my car is well maintained. Probably. I'm not exactly sure, but I'll give updates if I can.
Ram dealers are overflowing with inventory, and things just got even worse. I mean, seriously, overflowing with inventory. To the point where they're having to get overflow lots for all the trucks and cars and SUVs that they can't sell. Jeep, for example, has increased their price 61% over the past 6 years, which is a steep price increase that a lot of customers can't afford. Things have gotten so bad that dealers are even hitting me up asking what they need to do to sell more cars, and I told them I would ask the community.
And it's not just Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Ford, with their F-Series pickup truck, just had a 6% sales decline year over year. And that's while Ford's been advertising 1.9% APR financing for 72 months on the remaining 2023 Ford F-150s. So yeah, what should I tell this dealer? Should I tell him $10,000 off on Ram 1500s? I mean, seriously, what do people want to see? Because these cars got so expensive so quickly, now the prices have to come back down.
Take the tech BS out of trucks and make them more affordable. Everything seems to turn into an iPhone on wheels now. Trucks shouldn't be over $30,000. They lost their target buyers trying to cater to the wealthy. Buy a pickup or buy a Mercedes? That shouldn't be a choice. Nobody wants an unreliable car, so maybe make a decent vehicle that's not ridiculously overpriced. We could go right over to a set of screenshots that I found. 5 slowest selling trucks of July 2025. Number 5, the Silverado EV, 130-day market supply. EV trucks are a trend in this list. Number 4, the Jeep Gladiator, 138 days. People just don't trust the Stellantis quality at this point. Number 3, the Ford Lightning, 141 market day supply. EV trucks are a hard sell. Number 2, the Sierra EV, 196 days market supply. And number 1 that I actually am kind of surprised about, the Ram 2500, 200-day market supply. $75,000 for a Ram isn't working out, which I do understand, and I know it is a Stellantis vehicle with a ton of reliability issues, but some people like a specific type of truck. So with it being a 2500, I thought more people would have it as a genuine work truck, and in turn can write off the depreciation because it is a very heavy vehicle, but maybe it is just so unreliable or outclassed by other heavy work trucks that just absolutely nobody wants it. Some of the comments, I still haven't seen a Silverado EV yet or a Sierra EV. Well, I didn't even know the Sierra EV existed until I was finding clips for a video that I made previously with people regretting buying electric vehicles. Had no idea it was even a thing. And since then, I've seen only one on the road so far. I believe I've seen maybe 2 or 3 of the Silverado EVs and a handful of the Ford Lightnings as well, but still basically none are on the road, especially if you're comparing to normal pickups. There's really no reason to go with the 2500 when a 3500 is under $1,000 more and has better resale value, not to mention the additional capacity. So there you go. I don't know why the 2500 would be as expensive as the larger 3500. Makes absolutely no sense to me. Ram kind of shot themselves in the foot there. But we could head over to an example where even the dealerships are paying way too much money for their own vehicles they're trying to sell.
A dealer reached out to me on TikTok or Instagram, can't remember. They have a 2021 Mercedes G550 that they have had for about a year and a half. It's been sitting on the lot. They haven't had any bites, and it's because they overpaid, I think, like $50,000 or $60,000 for the car. They're trying to wholesale it, knowing that they're going to lose money. So let's give them a call and see how much we can get it for.
So it's a 2021 Mercedes-Benz G-Class. It's the G550 4MATIC. Has the night package on it with the AMG package. It's got just over 5,000 miles on it. Pretty nice spec G-Wagon.
So how long has it been sitting on your lot?
For about a year.
Have you contacted anybody else about it?
I haven't reached out to any Mercedes dealerships. I've reached out to a couple other, higher end used car dealers. A few offers on it, but nothing that I would kind of jump on.
What are you looking to get for it?
I'll be honest with you, we own it for a good amount. We have about 155 in it, which is it's high. I'm aware of that.
That's G63 territory right there.
It is G63 territory. You're not wrong. One of our buyers might have just got a little excited when he saw it.
So this was during the time where G-Wagons were wildly over MSRP. Brand new, used, it didn't matter because a ton of people were making a lot of money and you're able to write off that vehicle as well. But now you could see the consequences when the dealership paid $155,000 for a G-Wagon that's not even the AMG. It's just going to sit and rot on the lot. And there are tons of videos like this of salesmen saying that there's nobody here to sell to.
It is July 19th, and I just experienced my 2-week strike of no sales. Yes, you heard that right. 2 weeks of no sale. Last time I sold a car was July 5th.
Now we'll just go right into the next one with somebody that we've already talked about previously when it comes to pretty shady salesmen and dealership tactics.
For all you guys that are talking about it's a very slow month in the car business, stop it with the negativity. Stop getting in your head. Realize that 1 week can make a month and 1 day can make a week. Keep doing what you're doing every day. Make your phone calls, send your emails, send your texts. follow up with your repeat customers, to get referrals. Do what other people are not doing. Drop your business cards off at credit unions. Buy them lunch, dinner, breakfast, whatever it is. Tell them that the next time someone's looking for a car, send them your way. Go to your service department, try to pull customers out of service to sell them a car.
This guy just keeps going on and on. I mean, just hound and harass everybody. If their car's getting fixed in the dealership, try to get them to buy a brand new one. All the repeat customers that you already put a bunch of negative equity on them, let's see if they'll do it again, just so you get your commission check. Now, previously, we've gone over a couple clips on this channel from this guy. One of them up on screen complaining about the receptionist at his dealership, basically admitting to the customer that was about to buy a car from him, saying that it was a terrible deal. They were going to lose a whole ton of money, so they end up backing out and saving a lot in the long term. And this guy was all mad about it, complaining, getting angry on camera. There's another one of a constant repeat customer. I believe it was like 8 to 10 cars almost every single year. They would come in and buy the newest model, rolling the negative equity over and over and over again until literally no bank would give them a loan, because that's how upside down they were. And he was completely okay doing it because he's getting that check every single time. These people are not your friends.
This is a trick 80% of dealers pull with used cars because people fall for it. Atlantic Chevrolet is advertising this Honda Pilot for $32,900, but they are not going to let you buy the car for this price. They're going to charge fees because they know most people are not going to verify online. They're going to come into the dealer looking for that price, and they're going to bump them. Now, when you try to verify online through text or email, they're going to make it very hard. They're going to divert. They won't answer the simple question of what they charge on top of that price. Now, when I called, I spoke to the right person. They told me this price includes a $2,000 down payment, so it's $34,900. It's not $32,900, and you must finance with the dealership. So until y'all learn to shop online like pros, they're going to keep doing this because people keep falling for it. FTC, U.S. Attorney General, Cars.com, Car Gurus, all these marketplaces, y'all need to change the way these dealers are allowed to advertise. That's like looking at a TV, finding on Amazon, you go to buy it for $400, and they say, oh, by the way, you owe us another $400.
So not only were there extra fees added on top of it that wasn't in the listed price, you had to finance it. You couldn't walk in with the cash and hand it to them and leave with the vehicle. This is a lot more common than you think.
Lexus dealership is going viral for all the wrong reasons after the guys over at CarEdge brokered a deal to negotiate $7,000 off the price of a vehicle on their client's behalf. The CarEdge guys were happy, their client was happy, and the Lexus dealer was about to sell a new vehicle, so, they should have been happy too. But once the deal got into the finance office, the finance manager decided to add on almost $21,000 in extra fees, and that's on top of the $800 doc fee. Talk about swinging for the fences. If we look at the contract here, we can see that the vehicle itself was being sold for $62,000. Then we have a maintenance contract for $4,995, an extended service contract for $8,995, Toyota Motor Insurance Service,
Shady as fucking shit.
And then this one is awesome. $1,240 for an optional sales commission. Finally, we have another $4,495 for tire and wheel coverage. The add-ons end up to be something like 34-ish% of the price of the vehicle itself.
You really can't make this kind of stuff up. Optional sales commission is equivalent to adding a tip. This should be illegal. Get rid of the dealerships, turn them into service centers with a new vehicle delivery area. And I know that's what some companies are trying to do, like Carvana, even though I've heard a lot of issues with them as well. What happened to the days where you could get a car for below MSRP? And it really is like a competition for a lot of these salesmen, how much money they can make off of a single customer. Now, we went over this clip previously. You look happier. Thanks. I just sold a single mom a car $10,000 over sticker. Now, this was a TikTok trend, so I don't know if this was actually serious, but many car salesmen took part in this trend, selling widely known, very unreliable vehicles for way too much money and doing this kind of video. But this particular one had some real-life consequences.
Out of Racine County, as a car salesman is now out of a job after backlash from a now deleted viral TikTok video he recently posted. This TikTok, originally posted by @KennySells, the caption says, "You look happier. Thanks, I just sold a single mom a car, $10,000 over sticker." That video sparked some serious outrage and has now been deleted. Additionally, the man, Kenny Rua, has now been fired, but the dealership is still the target of negative reviews.
So whether it actually happened or not, most likely I think he just wanted to take part in the trend. He ended up getting canned for it. There's a lot of clips of people getting fired because of TikToks as well. Here's one of a Mercedes-Benz salesman that ended up getting fired because he was live streaming while he was working the sales process, voices of the customers, basically everything. And I don't know why it's so much of a surprise, especially at a place like Mercedes-Benz, supposed to be nice and fancy and luxury cars, right? That their manager did not like it and he ended up getting canned too. But we could switch back over to the main problem of why these dealerships are taking a hit.
Because 6 months ago when these first came out, no dealer was doing discounts. They were like, oh, no, it's a new redesign. We're not going to discount or anything. Yeah, turns out, made a big mistake. Made a huge mistake, actually. And now they're just loaded with inventory. Look at all those. Look at all the Toyota Tacomas. I mean, there's like 30 or 40 of them just loaded to the brim. And yeah, and everybody wants the Toyota Corolla Crosses and the Camrys and all that kind of stuff. But unfortunately, the manufacturer, Toyota, and every manufacturer, they would rather sell these to the dealerships and sell them to the public. Because at the end of the day, this is what makes more money. And look at the build quality. We go up to them. This is not built in Japan. Look at this seamless line. I don't know if you can see, it gets a lot tighter right there. Look at the gap. Look at the gap. You don't see that with other Toyota products built in, let's say, Japan.
And we're looking at one of the manufacturers that overall is supposed to be one of the most reliable. And if they're having problems because of the quality issues like this and the prices that they're trying to sell it at, how bad do you think other manufacturers are looking right now? A comment from you guys that adds into the problem of buying modern vehicles. I will not own a car that removes features after a year and expects a subscription. I know for a fact Toyota does it. We went over a video where a Camry cost an extra $500 a year to have every one of the features, even if you buy the top trim level. Basically every brand does this now, and I guess it's just completely okay. But when you start seeing absolutely insane incentives to try to get these cars off the lot, you know that these dealers are hurting.
So right now at Gresham CDJR, you can lease this 2025 Jeep Wagoneer S for just $39 a month. There's $3,999 due at signing. It's a 36-month lease that allows for 5,000 miles a year. Now, on the surface, this seems like an incredible lease deal, but let's break down the intricacies of this deal, and let me tell you whether or not I think this is a good lease deal in terms of value.
So he goes through everything, but the only time it would really be a good deal is if you barely drive in your day-to-day life, because we could take a look at the comments. 5,000 miles a year. Cool, so you could drive it to the grocery store a few times and then that's it. Perfect, I could drive it back to the dealership for repairs. 5,000 miles a year, ha ha ha. That was basically all of the comments. So I mean, maybe if you work from home and you don't really go anywhere in your life, maybe it won't be the worst thing ever, but again, it is a Stellantis vehicle, so you're probably going to be at the repair center quite a bit. Now, I just got advertised this clip recently and I thought it was very interesting, the wording that they used to try to convince you to buy this very expensive SUV.
I feel so confident driving this Expedition everywhere. When we go off-road, we can use the terrain management system. The ground clearance is 10.6 inches. Available forward Blue Cruise allows you to drive hands-free. And the flex-powered console gives you extra storage space.
So this obviously was from TikTok, and you only have basically a second or two to try to get somebody's attention, especially when it is a sponsored post. So right off the bat, when it said, I feel so confident driving this, makes me think of a couple factors, this being a large SUV, the Expedition, the Suburban, the Escalade, every mom dream car, right? You have one kid and now you need to drive around in a school bus. But also saying, I feel so confident driving it, when basically all of them have pretty bad reliability issues. I don't know, it seems like they're subconsciously trying to say that this is more reliable, I feel confident, everything's gonna be all right, you know, let's pay $60, $70, $80,000 for this vehicle. I don't know, I feel like I'll just let it sit.
What happens when a car just doesn't sell? Someone asked me that, and there's lots of answers to that question if it's new versus used, but let's just talk about new cars. So when a new car just never sells, which hasn't been a problem the last few years because of the car shortage, but there has been times where it was. And it's most likely a car that is like something we have a ton of, Sentras, Altimas. There's a few things that we could do. One is put them into loaner car service, meaning our service department obviously services about 1,600 people a month. And sometimes people need a car to drive if their car is going to be in the shop for more than a day or so. So like these two cars are good examples. We probably had multiple Altimas in that color. They were probably over 300 days on the lot. Sentra as well. they're not the hottest selling car. And then on new cars, sometimes we'll sell them to rental car companies, or we just wait it out and they eventually do sell.
Okay, so a couple things on this one with a Nissan dealership. I like how they just said a good amount of them that don't sell turned into loaner cars for anybody that currently bought a vehicle and has to go into service to repair it. Then it turned into selling it to the rental car companies or just letting it sit on the lot for years and years, and eventually it would sell. It helps if you don't mark it up $5,000 more than the MSRP. Maybe lower the price and it'll sell. Just another brand known for reliability issues and very costly ones. I mean, if you've heard on the news, it seems like Nissan is teetering on the brink of bankruptcy, almost partnering with Honda to save them, but that fell through. It does not look good for them right now. But dealers are surprised that the sale volume has slowed down, while also making videos like this for everyone to see.
Highest monthly payment you've seen?
Ooh, the highest monthly payment I've seen here, probably about maybe $1,200.
What was the car?
It was insane.
About $3,500.
What was the car?
A G-Wagon G63. About $2,500.
What was the car?
A GTR.
Probably close to $2,500.
What was the car?
Yukon Denali Ultimate.
On that crack and a half.
Fully loaded.
Fully loaded.
Nice.
$1,450.
What was the car?
No, used truck.
Ooh, about $1,320.
What was the car?
It was a Lancer Evo Special Edition.
$1,000.
What was the car?
GMC Hummer.
So I know a couple of them were wildly expensive. Of course, the G-Wagon and Nissan GTR. But the first one, $1,200 for a Subaru Ascent. A used truck was apparently $1,200. $115,000 for the Yukon. You're really shocked that people don't want to pay this kind of money just to drive around in a depreciating vehicle? Another comment from you guys. I bought a brand new Dodge Challenger in 2016 with average credit, and my monthly payment was only $350 with $2,000 down. COVID destroyed the economy, because that kind of deal is virtually impossible to find now.
Alrighty guys, so I'm here at this new Cadillac dealership looking at a couple new Cadillacs, and I just gotta say this. If you want this new Escalade that Cadillac has out with this nice paint job, go ahead and go sell your house, your kidneys, and your limbs so you can afford it. Take a look at this. This is the new Cadillac Escalade. I gotta say, this exterior paint job is hard as can be. I don't know if you guys can see the flakes in the paint job, but it is hard. But it better be hard for the price tag. I mean, let's take a look at it. Here we have a 2025 Escalade IQ Sport 2. Standard vehicle price $148,000. But wait, there is more. Total price $153,000 for this new Escalade IQ Sport 2. I wonder what the depreciation is on something like this.
$60,000 drop off driving it off the lot. Wouldn't really doubt it, honestly. Again, you're surprised that people aren't lining up in the dealership waiting to pay these prices? People are starting to wise up, whether they watch YouTube videos or fast-paced TikToks that still give you this type of information showing how badly they depreciate, the reliability issues, how overinflated the prices are in general, and you're just going to lose a lot of your customer base, honestly. So much so that we're starting to see some of these dealerships close down.
This could be very, very bad news if you're in the car business. So there is a large buy here, pay here that operates out of Texas and California that has reportedly closed 2 stores and laid off about 1,100 employees. Everybody knows that subprime banks have taken huge losses over the last 2 years or so, and you're finally starting to see big buy here, pay here's feel it also. Now they currently have 30 locations between Texas and California. And if you've been to the auction, I mean, they buy. If they get on a car, they're going to buy the car. It doesn't matter if your drive time. It doesn't matter if you're a large dealer group. They will pay whatever for the car. They also just reportedly laid off about 1,100 people. And again, 2 of their dealerships in San Antonio, one in San Antonio, one in Dallas, apparently have closed. For years, since I've been in the business, I've watched Tricolor pay stupid money for any vehicle. And I think it's finally catching up to them.
Maybe that worked 4 or 5 years ago, but not today. And I know that this is a buy here, pay here dealership, but we've also seen big manufacturers start laying off a ton of employees. I made an entire dedicated video showing everything on the news recently, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's even more information of plants getting shut down now. As a dealer of 32 years, I'm so sick of this business. Terrible quality, no selection, and today's cars are absolutely trash. and way too expensive to buy. So I'm going to end this video with a clip that I think a lot of people are starting to realize that overall I think is a positive for most people's wallets.
When it comes to cars, it is one of the places that, financially speaking, I mean, it's kind of one of the dumbest debts you can get into from a financial perspective, because again, you're borrowing money and paying more on that borrowed money because of interest on an asset that's going down in value, versus like a house, a mortgage, right? You take out a mortgage, you do pay interest on that loan, but the value of that home is going up at the same time. So the car itself is not a wise purchase to make when you don't have cash for it.
So that's all I got for you guys today, and I'll talk to you guys later.
Unfortunately, that's a reality. That's a reality situation. Booba physics, the jiggle physics are real. And that happens to be IRL. Ooh boy. It'll be a world.
I am selling my house and losing probably about $20,000.
Just got a call from the realtor that the people buying our house might be backing out.
If your home's not selling, it's because it's overpriced. Buyers determine the value of your home.
So with the housing market being where it is right now, we're starting to see a lot of people struggle to sell their homes. Whether it's because they had the flipping mindset and they bought at the peak of the market a couple years ago, or maybe the actual cost of owning a home is way more than they initially thought when they saw the monthly mortgage payment. They decide to sell the house and move, but buyers are not there right now. We have a lot of different examples to go over today, along with comments from you guys from previous videos.
I am selling my house and losing probably about $20,000, maybe more, but let's hope not. I'm sharing this with all of you because I have heard, oh, that never happens. People never lose money on the sale of a house. That's not true, especially if you purchased your house in 2022 or 2023 at the height of the market. I think if you're selling your house right now, dependent on what market you're in, you might be facing something similar, and I've seen a lot of people talk about that. But buying a house in 2023 or building a house like we did was what we thought was the best decision.
And there's a little bit to add on to that. It is new construction. If you watched any of my previous videos talking about it, there are more and more people, including myself, that are very iffy on buying something that's brand new. The quality just doesn't seem to be there. On top of building it at the peak of the market, it's pretty unlikely that you're going to make money or break even at this time in 2025. Some of the comments, when they say investment, they aren't expecting you to sell in 2 to 3 years. If you sell 1 to 2 years after, unfortunately, any gains that you've had are eaten up by realtor fees. People don't consider those fees when it's time to sell. So it's starting to sound like much more of a flipper mentality. Like any investment, you have to know when to hold and when to sell. I sold my house in Charlotte last month. I bought it for $310,000 in 2023 and sold it for $295,000. Thankfully, I didn't have to pay anything at closing, but sucked for sure. A comment from you guys that goes along with the new construction build. The first thing I do when scrolling through real estate listings is anything in an HOA field. And if there is anything in that box, no matter the merits of the house, I keep scrolling. I do the exact same thing. So that does also cut out a lot of the new construction builds, and you'll have an even smaller pool of clientele who are willing to buy the house today.
The story went viral on Reddit about a homeowner in Colorado who listed their house, and it's been 45 days without a single showing. TLDR, they bought the house for just under $540K, and they put almost $30,000 more into it. Now, they started that listing at $540K, and they've already cut it down to $525. They still owe $475,000 on the house, and they know they're going to lose money, but they don't want to lose even more for agent fees. And then she says that they've been also building a new house out of state that they've paid for, and it's going to be done at the end of September, so they need to sell this house. Now, it sounds like they're stretched way too thin, and you just hate to see it.
I don't know. I think that might be an understatement. Already building another home while you're actively losing money on the first one? A little bit more context with the comment section. The problem is that the house is in Wellington, Colorado. It's Wellington, duh. It's in Wellington. There's nothing in Wellington. No one wants wants to live there unless there's no other option. So on top of the high housing prices, the high interest rates, location is of course a big factor as well, and it sounds like whoever made this post is going to lose a lot of money.
Dallas homes appear to be extremely overpriced, but maybe if they drop 40%, they'll start selling. This woman says, I sold my home last year in Dallas. I had to reduce my price several times, but it did sell. She says, I hope to pick up a good deal once people realize they need to reduce their list prices. Dallas housing supply is through the roof. We're talking 60% more inventory than normal. This is great news for DFW home buyers like us because there's the most selection that the market has had since the tail end of the last downturn in 2011-2012. But great news for buyers typically means bad news for sellers. This person says, good, it's about time for a price correction. Prices need to drop 30 to 40%, if not more, because everyone thinks their home is $500,000 to $750,000 in the North Dallas area.
Dallas homes barely worth $400,000 are listed for $800,000 with zero updates or maintenance. It's wild out here. As a homeowner, I hope the market crashes. I'm tired of spending crazy high property taxes that's based on unrealistic home value. Another issue coming up right there. Along with Austin and places in Florida, one of the very popular areas that got built up very quickly during the COVID era when people were moving and spending outrageous money on homes. But now people don't have that kind of money, and we're starting to see the real estate market swing to the buyers, which in turn brings in examples like this with buyers demanding a lot more if they do want to sign on the dotted line.
Can I just vet about selling a home? Our house has been on the market for 9-10 months. We're supposed to close tomorrow, and these people, the request of things is like outrageous. They want a credit towards future issues, like the stone on the outside. They want 13 grand to fix the stone if something happens. They want us to redo the cement on the side of our house that we just put in to build stairs. We just put in a golf cart path and now they want stairs, but they want us to do it and us to pay for it. Are these outrageous requests or are these normal? Help.
Okay, so the credit for possible future issues, I'm not sure if her house is brand new or older. Again, if it is new construction, I kind of understand a bit more because there's truly unlimited amount of examples online showing that these houses are made of basically paper mache. But again, I don't know the year her house was built, but a lot of people in the comments are saying the same thing. They're making those requests because it's been listed for so long, 9-10 months. That's someone taking advantage of the home being on the market for a long time. They must believe that you're desperate to sell. Maybe she is, maybe she isn't, but at least in my opinion, if I see a listing of the home that's been up for 200, 250 days, I immediately think that there must be a problem with the house. Why hasn't it sold? Either legitimate damage or problems with the house, or it just being overpriced in general.
So, update on the house. The realtor just told us, I thought that we would be, so we bought this house for $350. I thought we'd be able to sell it for $4. Sorry, I just drank some carrot juice. We put so much money into renovations into this house, thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of dollars. I thought that would be able to go towards the house, but we can only sell it for $355. So I basically lost my inheritance. My dad left me like $40,000 and I put it all into the house. And that's about how much money we're losing, so.
The best advice I ever got around owning a home is that it isn't an investment. It's a place to live. I agree with that more and more now. Your mortgage payment is still like rent. If you get money when you sell, it's a plus. Real estate is a long-term game. You're not losing. You're moving too fast. There's no one in the world who would have told you to buy a house for $350 and sell it for $400 while also putting thousands, apparently tens of thousands of dollars into it. It doesn't make any sense at all. Sounds like it was overpriced when you bought it, possibly again during the peak a few years ago. Too many people making a quick buck in the game and they don't know how the pieces move. So I mean, if you were anywhere in the financial space around COVID time, especially 2020 when a lot of us were stuck in our house, there was so much content of everybody saying you gotta buy property, start your real estate portfolio, you'll just be racking in money so quickly. And it kind of sounds like that got a little bit out of hand with people's cash offers over asking, and now we're seeing somewhat of a correction. I'm not saying that we're back to normal. Houses are wildly unaffordable still, but we're not in the same era where you could buy a house and make a ton of money flipping it in a year.
A lot of people who bought homes over the past few years thought they were making a really smart financial decision because they had FOMO, the fear of missing out. the fear of wondering, am I ever going to be able to buy a house if I don't buy one now? And fast forward 2 or 3 years later, now that a lot of people made that decision, it's really coming back to haunt a lot of people. You're seeing countless stories of buyer's remorse and regrets that a lot of people have. And today I want to highlight a story about how buying with FOMO and buying with a mortgage rate buy down is really coming back to bite a lot of people in the butt.
Okay, so before we hear the story, I wanted to add a comment from you guys that still, I think so many people don't realize when they're purchasing a home. It's not just the mortgage payments you need to worry about. General upkeep can ruin your day. If you aren't putting something away for the new heater, windows, locks, etc., there's always something breaking and there's no landlord to call. You could add on possible increase in property taxes. Increases in insurance are almost guaranteed as well. This can become so much more expensive than you initially thought.
This property was sold back in 2021 during the frenzy for $8.87 million. Then the person turned around, listed it for sale, already at a loss, already at a $600,000 loss, right? And then they finally sold it for $6.25 million. So the prior owner of this home literally lost over $2 million on the sale of this property. And in 2024, when it was purchased again, of course, the next owner turned around and is trying to do the same thing and flip it. And they've already had to cut the price by $500,000. And now they're only about $900,000 above where they bought the property for last year. And this just goes to show you that some people just never learn, right? Like this person bought it from a flipper who lost a bunch of money, and they came in thinking that, well, that's not going to happen to me. I'm going to be the one who makes money. Well, so far, they're not the one making money. That place has been listed for sale since June, and we are now in September, and they have a major price cut, and the house isn't sold. If they do get lucky enough to sell it, it's probably going to be at a substantially lower price than what it's listed at right now.
Okay, so I know that's a very extreme example. Buying a house for $8 million and in the end losing $2.5 million? That is legitimately endgame retirement money you lost on a home. And then the next person thinks that they're going to be the genius and be able to flip it. It's honestly just hilarious to me. And this isn't the only example.
This goes to show you how unrealistic sometimes people are. So like this property started in the market at $650. Boom, 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 boom. And that was back in 2023, October 2023. Didn't sell, didn't sell, didn't sell, didn't sell. Finally sold for $450. From them wanting $650, so they took $200,000 less than what they originally wanted. This is why you list at a good price instead of having to sit on a property for so long and then eventually coming down to what it's worth.
Now I think that clip pairs very well with the next one. Just very straightforward.
If your home's not selling, it's because it's overpriced. Buyers determine the value of your home. And if you're not asking for a price that's currently within the ballpark of what the buyers would consider as a good value for your home, then it won't sell and it will sit on the market. So if your home's not selling and it's sitting on the market, you can either do improvements to it to make the value of your home more to match the asking price that you're currently asking for, or you can lower the price to what the home is actually worth in its current condition. That's it.
But I still feel that so many people still want the 2022 and 2023 prices. They looked up the estimates and oh man, it was worth so much. But I don't think I have to tell you about the cost of living crisis, the terrible job market we're in.
Yeah.
Many people don't have a lot of money to spend in general. We could take a look at some of the comments. I always say a house is only worth what the buyer is willing to pay for. Buyers determine value, really great way to say this. A seller near me was horrified that his house wasn't worth more because he put so much into it. The changes he made were all elderly accessibility accommodations. The buyers changed it all back. In North Carolina, a home that sold for $360 in 2019 is now listed for $640 with no updates, been sitting for 3 months. I know that all too well.
The U.S. housing market grinds through a cruel summer. That is bad news for everybody. Let me summarize this article for you. Essentially, home listings across the state, at least of Florida and the United States, are basically stagnant. People are not able to sell their homes, so therefore they're staying on market for longer. You're also seeing people delist their properties at a rate of around 20% nationally and close to 60% in cities like Miami. You're also seeing, since interest rates are rising, the people that have homes to sell have just decided that they're going to pull and not even sell at all, and they're just going to hold on to the property until they can get the price they're looking for.
And there you go again. People want absolute top dollar, even though that perceived top dollar was wildly inflated. We have a funny comment from one of you guys that isn't that far from the truth. Don't worry, BlackRock will buy your house at a discount and then rent it back to you with a healthy increase each year. You'll own nothing and be happy. We saw entire communities being built, all giant single-family homes that didn't even have an option to purchase. It was only rent. Now we could switch over to some other examples on why homes aren't selling, people pulling out of their purchases.
My seller may have to pay $35,000 to sell their home, and here's why. So past clients of mine recently listed their home. They bought prior to COVID and have been able to take advantage of the huge swing in prices and the equity in that. They gave me a call a year ago thinking they were going to sell and ultimately decided not to, and then called me back maybe about 2 months ago and decided they were ready to put the home on the market. When I pulled up, the first thing I saw on the side of the house was solar panels, and I kind of immediately knew we had a problem because there was no way they had owned the house long enough to pay down these solar panels very much. If you're not familiar with the way it works, solar panels are a totally separate loan that usually has to be either paid off or rolled over to the new buyer. And in a lot of cases, the new buyer doesn't have the money, nor do they want to accept somebody else's kind of bad financial decision. Because I'll be honest with you, unless you're gonna stay in the house for 20 to 25 years, solar panels are not a great financial decision. So as we were discussing their options for listing the home, I told them, look, it'd be really great to find a buyer who was willing to take these on, but understand, like, here's your...
The purpose of buying a home is fine. Well, the purpose of trying to get a home at decent prices to, well, essentially living it for 20 to 30 years. That's pretty much the goal. At least should have been still the goal. Hey. Sometimes I just don't understand.
Worst case scenario if they don't, which is you're going to buy these solar panels and then leave them behind for somebody else to reap the rewards from.
Now, we went over this on a separate video on my channel previously, but if you can't purchase these outright with cash, the finance options can legitimately be 15, 20, 25 years long. So either you're going to take a massive hit when you do sell the house, because it's extremely unlikely for a buyer to just take over the payments for you, or it's just going to sit on the market forever. I got a solar quote for my house, 30 years of payments for $160 a month, plus I still cover about 30% of my power bill, about $57,000. I laughed at them. I wish everyone would think about this prior to installing solar panels. Could void the roof warranty as well. Can't raise the price of the home because it won't appraise. That's some people's thought process as well. They'd get solar panels, then the house would be worth more, and it just really doesn't seem to work out that way. A comment from you, my neighbor had roof damage from a hurricane. He had to pay the solar company $10,000 to remove the panels so the roofers could replace the roof. The insurance company did not cover this. His savings didn't amount to much. Now, we were seeing some absolutely atrocious loans on those solar panels. The interest rates being absolutely ridiculous. People paying $50,000, $60,000, $70,000 on top of how much their mortgage costs. Another comment, people buying a $400,000 house with $12,000 down is wild. If you don't have more than 3% to put down on a house, you absolutely cannot afford the house. That's some of the issues that I've seen as well with people being forced to sell right now. They truly could not afford the payments in the first place, even though they were technically approved, and now trying to get out of the deal, they're just getting destroyed. Here we have one that's definitely an interesting example from an influencer.
I just got a call from the realtor that the people buying our house might be backing out. They were here yesterday for inspections, and the inspections went great. There's literally nothing wrong with the house. But, of course, they ask my husband, what do you do for a living? And we say, oh, he's a stay-at-home dad. And then the questions follow, well, what do you do then? And I said, social media. And they acted like it was so cool. They were, like, asking all these questions. Like, how do you make money doing that? How many followers do you have? And I had mentioned that I did a post about us moving. I thought it would, like, ease their mind. Like, we didn't post to our 1 million followers that we're selling our house. They took that as we have a stalker, which is why we're moving. If we had a stalker, we would not be here. My kids wouldn't be playing outside right now. I don't know if I'll post this because I'm such an ugly crier.
Okay, so there's a few different things with that one. Just at the end, I don't know if I'll post this, and of course they did. I mean, I don't know if you're supposed to lie to the potential buyers, not saying that you do social media for a living, but then also making content around it while you're moving might not be the best choice. I don't know why the buyers thought that they had a stalker. That seems a little bit crazy to me. Nonetheless, they pulled out of the sale. Again, the creator turned off the comments, so not the best reaction, most likely.
So most likely is that most like what the buyers are thinking is that, God forbid, one of the potential stalker fans, does not know about you moving, tries to go to what would have been your old home, find someone's living there, and potentially accidentally kill them. That's why the buyers didn't want to back down. Hell, I would have fucking backed down. Like, okay, so you're telling. So this is what I would have said to that seller. Okay, so you're selling this home. You're not telling any of your fans to that you're moving, which is good for your safety. However, my main concern is if one of your old fans, or God forbid, a potential stalker, does not know that you moved, finds your old address, which would have been my new home, and then kills me. Finds me living here, either I have no idea if they would have any weapons on them. So no, I'm not going to risk buying your home. Perfectly reasonable for the buyer to back out, in my opinion. That's just my opinion alone.
Likely, just something I wanted to put in this video, a pretty crazy example.
So I've been trying to sell my condo. Finally got an offer. We were good. We were through due diligence. Everything was working out great. I was excited to sell it. And then the buyer's agent calls me and she said, Jacob, we have a problem, a very, very big problem. We're going to have to withdraw from this contract because we have talked to 3 lenders and they will not give a loan because your building doesn't have the right insurance. And I was like, what? Because I checked and my HOA was like, yeah, we have the insurance needed because I don't know if y'all know about this, but there's been insurance issues with HOAs and condos, and it's been just kind of a cluster for everybody dealing with this. But I thought we were squared away. Well, come to find out we weren't.
I mean, I really don't know what to make of this. Hearing all the stories, especially in Florida, talking about condos with the crazy insurance because of the consistent storms, adding the HOAs on top of it, just an absolute mess. So much so that now this guy's getting screwed and the buyers are backing out of it. Just one after another after another. I mean, here's one with crazy insurance.
I'm not sure if you guys are actually keeping up with the whole insurance market or
Goofers.
anything like that.
Big
currently,
goofers.
Just anything that's going on in America right now. But listen to this. This woman says that the soaring insurance prices forces her to sell her house, nearly owning it 30 years. Look at this. Louisiana, okay? Louisiana is the state that this happened in, and this is ridiculous. Look at this article. Okay, so according to Assurify, an online insurance marketplace, the cost of homeowners insurance in Louisiana could jump another, so it's not even done yet, could jump another 23% by the end of the year, the steepest increase in the country. Now, I believe it because, listen, so obviously myself, I'm an insurance agent, and this is why I do all this stuff to keep everyone else informed. But listen, 23%, that is steep. That's outrageous. You know what that means? Again, that means on average.
Yeah, so it could be even more than 23%, adding into even more people being forced to sell their homes in a pretty stagnant market. You never actually own a house in America when it can be taken from you from property taxes and insurance. What am I supposed to say? They're not wrong. You'll own nothing. Last year, my home insurance went from $1,300 to $7,800, and my car insurance went from $132 to $350 with a perfect record. This is true, also raising property taxes. Mine jumped 30% a year. Car insurance going crazy too. This has become an even more depressing episode than I already thought it was going to be.
Is anybody else out there trying to sell their house right now? I feel like I'm losing my mind. Our house has been on the market for just about 1 month, and it's just sitting. And I go on Zillow and I see, you know, the rest of the market seems to be doing the same. I think I read somewhere that the average time right now to get an offer is 5 weeks on the market. But my God, it's tough living in a staged house with a toddler and 2 dogs. So just trying to find my community out there to get any tips and tricks on how to get this sold so that we can move on to our next spot.
So we could go right over to the comments section, giving her some advice. Drop the price, plain and simple. Sellers are unwilling to even consider that their houses are overpriced. I made offers. One house has been on the market for 7 months. Our house is pending before it's even listed because we priced it correctly. If you aren't getting any showings, you gotta lower the price, even just a little bit. A lot of these examples don't actually show how much money they're selling their house for, and I do understand why, because the more information they would give, they'd probably dox themselves, but I am willing to bet that many of these homes are probably listed for more than they're actually worth.
This is a story time about how we got screwed on the previous buyers on our house. Basically, our house has been on the market, our house sold, we got the due diligence check, we signed contracts, inspection was set up, inspection came, inspection was good, we then set up the appointments for closing, had a closing date, literally all of the above. 8 days before closing, our realtor gets an email, literally with nothing in the subject line, nothing in the email, nothing. It's literally just termination paperwork. No reason, nothing at all. We've never been given a reason. This was 2 weeks ago.
So currently we still have almost record high home prices, very high interest rates, and low sales volume. Another statistic that has increased as well is buyers pulling out of the deal. And I get it, having to stage your house going in and out, especially if you have a whole family, would be a huge pain, but it does really sound like the seller's market when it comes to real estate is probably over.
Our buyers just pulled out. They just canceled, they dropped and canceled everything. So what happened was, the inspection came back and they said there was $20,000 in damages inside the house. There was not. They said they needed a new roof and they were asking for $10,000 for a new roof. And we said, we'll meet you halfway with PIFE because there's no leaking, there's no damage, the roof is old. Okay, it's old. The house was built in 2005. You can move into the house, get homeowner's insurance, and have a new roof changed because homeowner's insurance will give you a new roof. And they pulled out. They canceled, they dropped everything, they pulled out. We had to drop the price of the house and put it back on the market. We're back to square one. It's just, oh my God, it's been so hard. Bills just keeps piling up.
Okay, so this one's an interesting one with the inspector going through about $20,000 in damages, including an old roof, so I kind of understand why they pulled out. We can look at some of the comments. Homeowner's insurance no longer replaces roofs at 100%. Since your roof is old, it might cover about 20. That's what an inspection is for. Buyers didn't like what they found. I would have also backed out. A new roof where I am is $20,000 to $30,000 depending on the size of the home. So even trying to go 50-50 with the $5 grand, I feel like it'd probably be more expensive. A lot of people saying that they would have backed out as well. So maybe we're
I would have backed out
a new
too.
leaf in this real estate market. I don't know. Everything just keeps getting more expensive month by month, so I really don't know what's going to happen, but that's all I got for you guys.
Some advice for the sellers who may stumble upon the stream. Make sure you keep up to date with your state's house code. And also, avoid building houses in HOA areas. We will not buy a house if you're in an HOA area. Fuck that shit. And also, lastly, but probably most important, based on what you buy, and make sure you go through a state-certified housing inspector, not only to verify that your house is good, but also make sure that your that that your house and make sure to get a quote from on that house inspector to see what the true price of your house is. And even then, you probably have a 3% margin on either side to either raise or lower. You have 3% margin to raise the price. There's only 3% margin. As for lowering the price, maybe closer to a 10% margin. Because you priced it too low, we're not going to buy it. We're going to suspect something's wrong. If price it too high, we're going to suspect something's really wrong. If you did just right, just under probably like, I say 5% margin below market price, maybe you'll be more likely to get an offer. I'm no expert, but as a buyer, that's why I look. That's why I look for a house. I can't afford a house for shit, so take all of it with a grain of salt. Take all of it with an atomic, filling atom by atom type of grain of salt. See here. Let's see the progress we did. So far, we made good progress. So far. Alright, yeah, but I'm probably gonna end the stream here. Let me move a bunch of stuff real quick. Alright. Alright. Move it back over here. Ay. What's going on? Looking at it. What's actually tugging at this? Alright. There we go. Alright, chat. I'm gonna end off today's stream here. I had fun playing the Murder Sonic the Hedgehog. That was actually pretty fun. And I also had fun drawing too. Oh, I wish I had more time to do some programming, but I'm probably gonna do that. I'm gonna probably do that. Hi. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do that either tonight or by myself tonight, or maybe next stream around. Probably maybe next stream around. Probably tomorrow we'll be doing some programming practice, as well as art. Outside of that, yeah, that's pretty much it. And that being said, thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for everyone for following. Thank you, and thank you those who thank you those who donated. And that being said, my name is 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙩. I'm a variety streamer. I stream a bunch of video games chat studios me, as well as stream art, stream programming, and soon I'll be getting into 3D modeling. That being said, y'all's day has been hope y'all's days, evening, night time zone have been swell. Make sure you eat, make sure you hydrate, make sure you stretch, and make sure you relax, as well as make sure you use the bathroom, because I know you haven't used the bathroom in probably 6 or more hours. Anyway, I'm gonna take the rest of tonight to relax and probably have dinner a little bit later. That being said, thank you for joining me today. Thank you for joining today's stream. Thank you for watching today's YouTube pod. My name is 𝙂𝙚𝙣𝙚𝙧𝙖𝙩, and I'm signing off. Gotta get going now, Blitzies. Bye bye, matinee.